It's just after 6:30 or thereabouts. I shall start the meeting. This is meeting of the Development Control Committee. Before we go any further, I have to tell you that we are not expecting a fire drill this evening, so if you hear something that sounds like a fire alarm, it probably is a fire alarm, and therefore we will ask everyone to leave the building through the fire exits. There's one there and there's one round the corner here, but mainly that one, I think, and down the stairs rather than the lift. And if you have been signed into the building, we know you're here. Please don't run away, tempting though it may be, because we do need to then count heads to make sure everyone who was in the building has left the building. Otherwise, we may have a terrible thing on our hands. We haven't had a fire evacuation procedure during one of these meetings so far. Let's hope this is not any kind of exception. Just to note, the meeting is being webcast. The members know all about that, but if members of the public come forward to speak and sit at this table, you will be webcast, and if you sit, as the notes on your seats might have told you, if you sit in the front row, there's a risk of your appearing not in Downton Abbey, but in the webcast of the meeting, so that we can all look at you in the future. Do we have any apologies for absence? Did have one, I think. Paul?
Councillor David Eyre.
And you're substituting. And I think I also had an apology of absence for Councillor Dunlop. As he's not here, it makes sense, doesn't it? And we've had that resignation and replacement. That was Paul for Councillor Eyre. Any declarations of interest? There are no urgent items or announcements. We're not hearing the minutes this evening of last week's meeting. They will be confirmed at our next meeting because the meetings are too close together. There are no referrals from other committees or from the council or from the cabinet, and we just have the one application before us. Now, before we go into the application, this is a very unusual meeting. It's the first I can remember as a councillor where we are not actually determining the outcome of the application this evening, although we will be behaving exactly as if we were, because the applicant has gone to appeal on the grounds that we didn't determine it in the available time, and which is entitled to do. And what I'm going to do is because some of you may have seen the notices circulated about it, but many of you won't, is I'm going to ask the officer to please explain what it is we're doing, and then we'll ask him any questions to clarify so that we all understand the process that we're in. Mike? Is it? Well, I'd like to have that separately from the application so that we can actually ask questions about that aspect before we hear from any members of the public, so that everyone is clear what we're doing. So as a presentation, by all means give us the presentation, but only that bit of it.
Okay. One other thing, in addition to that, it's appeal against non-determination. It's also what they call a recovered appeal. The Secretary of State has also asked that basically he will be the final decision maker in the process. So an inspector would make a recommendation and would write a report, which would then go to the Secretary of State, and then the Secretary of State will then make the final decision. So that's one important thing as well. Just to also advise councillors, the public inquiry date has now been set for April of next year. So basically tonight, and as stated in the report on page 4, even though you have the application has been appealed on the grounds of non-determination, it doesn't automatically follow that all we're doing here tonight is looking for reasons for refusal. Basically, the report sets out, as we would with any application, all of the comments that have been received from the statutory consultees, from members of the public, from councillors, from parishes, together with an assessment of the proposals, going through, looking at all of the elements of the proposals, and then coming to a recommendation. So in exactly the same way. Basically, there are 3 options open to you. You could take the view that that basically you would have approved the development had you been in a position to be able to do so. If that was a scenario that was followed, then the applicant, the appellant, could resubmit the application and possibly hold the appeal in abeyance. until that new application was determined. Equally, they may not choose to do that. There's nothing to say that they have to go down that route. They then basically the appeal would run its course, and we'd have a public inquiry whereby we would have no grounds for appeal that we would be defending. And then the third option, obviously, is that then you could come up with reasons for refusal had you been in a position to determine the application, and that's what we would be doing tonight.
Do members have any questions about that? Sven?
Thank you, Chair. I was just interested, you say that the public consultation would take place in April. Does the electoral period... So, the inquiry, yeah. Does the electoral period, would that have any effect on who might or might not be able to address that inquiry?
No.
Yeah. Councillor Miller?
Had all the consultations with the statutory consultees and everything else been completed when the appeal was submitted?
When the appeal was submitted, we had already started reconsulting on some additional traffic information that had been submitted, so that was allowed to run its time. So at the time of the appeal being submitted, we were still waiting for comments to come back on the additional highways information, and that information was submitted about a week before the appeal was submitted.
I guess the underlying question there is, does that have any material effect on the appeal? No. Or on the appellant's right to appeal on non-determination? No. Just to be clear, if tonight we come to the conclusion that we would, if this were the hearing, we would approve it, you said the appellant might withdraw from the appeal and come back and submit an application, or might not. I mean, we can ask the appellant what his views are on that, but the applicant what his views are on that, but I'm not clear what factors would affect that, if any.
I think, as I said, the appellant may take the decision to resubmit an application and then apply to the inspectorate to hold the inquiry in abeyance. So it would still be a live inquiry, but the date would be postponed until such time as we determined a second application.
And just to add to that, I mean, I think, as you say, it's probably a question for the appellant in any case, but it may well be simply on the issue of timings. There's a public inquiry date in now, which is in April. I think one of the factors that the appellant will consider is how long it would take to get a new application through compared to the appeal process.
And my other question, which I just like clarification on, is what effect, if any, does our decision tonight, the view we take tonight, have subsequently? I mean, what I mean is, why are we doing it, if you see what I mean? What effect, if we said we would have approved it, what's the effect of that? And if we said we would have, apart from the appellant might come back, but assuming he didn't, it went in with the appeal, or we might decide that we would have refused it, what effect does that have? What's the outcome of our making this, going through this process and making this decision?
As part of basically, we would need to go, when you go to appeal, the reasons for approval, you have to have considered basically you have to ensure that you've got a sufficiently strong enough case in your reasons for refusal to go to appeal. So basically in this instance here, we'd have to be considering that if we were, for example, going to recommend that we would have refused it, that the reasons for refusal we come up with are sufficiently strong enough for us to mount a case at the inquiry in April.
Yes, David.
Just for the public record, I mean, can I just confirm, following the original submission of the application, how long we had to determine a position prior to the applicant seeking the appeal on the grounds of non-determination? What period was available to us as a planning authority? I
mean, the application came in at the end of 2012. We've been we've negotiated with them and extended the time in which to allow us to deal with the application. There's a process whereby you can do that with the applicants to carry on negotiating. That was carrying on throughout the summer. Discussions were carrying on with Hampshire County Highways, because that was one of the main issues, and that was the reason for the submission of information in September. When that, as I said earlier, when that came in, we started the consultation process, but within about a week of that, the appeal came in on non-determination. We wouldn't have been able to issue a decision because we hadn't allowed, we didn't have the comments back from Hampshire County. They couldn't have commented earlier in the year because we didn't have the formal submission of the amended highway information. So we could have based a decision on the originally submitted highway information. But bearing in mind we had ongoing discussions between the applicant and Hampshire County Council, and basically they had overcome the reasons for that Hampshire County Council were likely to refuse it on. But because they hadn't formally submitted that information, they then submitted it. The process started for consultation, and then they put in for the appeal.
I'm not sure you can answer this, but I mean, in fairness, it would seem that we and the County Council have acted in good faith over this matter throughout, have we not?
It's something that we would do with applicants if we feel that there's a way that we can overcome objections, that we will carry on and we will talk to them, and that's why we have this process whereby we agree extensions of time throughout. But that has to be agreed on both sides, and that was continuously done throughout the summer.
Thank you, Chair. Just forgive me. Just continuing the point, so we have an evidence trail of obviously the communications, the negotiations that you yourselves undertook with them. Did they at any time give you an indication that their intention was to go to appeal, or did it simply arrive out of the blue, so to speak?
It arrived in September. We have a trail of all of the discussions we've had with them and the extensions of time. There was a change to the appeal regulations which took part on the 1st of October. So that might have been a trigger.
Again, underlying those questions, and careful not to try and say anything prejudicial, but would the fact that the council had been acting in good faith and in, as we thought, agreement with the applicant, affect a decision that might be made separately from the determination as to whether we might tonight consider refusal or approval, which is a different matter, but might that affect the a decision as to whether to award costs of the appeal process on the grounds that there was no real need for the appellant to go to appeal at that point?
I don't think in this situation it would materially impact on the position on costs on that particular issue. The reason being that effectively the council has done their part, if you like, in acting sort of positively and proactively engaging with applicants to try and find solutions, which is what we're required to do by the NPPF. The applicant has effectively used their right to appeal because we've fallen outside of the non-determination period. So if you like, on both sides, it's just part of the reasonable process.
We hadn't at that stage got a formal agreement, written agreement with the applicant on managing the development process to extend it beyond the date which they lodged the appeal. No. Okay, and hopefully my last question about process, we're going to try and get on with the meeting, is if this evening we were to recommend that, or to take the view that we would have approved, am I right in assuming the outcome at that stage would be that the council would not defend any other aspect of the appeal other than the fact that we didn't feel it was necessary to have gone to appeal and therefore avoid costs?
Yeah, we wouldn't defend anything. There would be nothing to defend.
Conversely, if this evening the committee were minded to determine that we would have refused, the council would then defend the appeal on whatever grounds of refusal are brought forward tonight. Yeah, thank you. We now move on with the business of the meeting. And I'm sorry if all of you fully understood all of that before we started. I just wanted to make sure that we as members understood the process we're in. We now get the process now is we get the officers to present their recommendations, which are in the written report. They'll summarise them for us. We will then have public speaking, and I'll discuss how that happens when we get to it. And then, for the benefit of your understanding, that the people either side of the table are the members who are members of the committee will then will ask officers questions and then discuss the application and come to their conclusion on it. And this is my deputy chairman. There's another member of the committee. The same applies. And these other people are officers who are here to advise us and try and make sure we don't do anything illicit or illegal during the course of this evening's procedures, which we try not to. So we'll now hear from the officers' recommendations, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just to give you a description of the proposal, it's an outline application for up to 425 dwellings, including 40% affordable housing, public open space, landscaping and infrastructure, with only the principle of the development and the access for detailed consideration at this stage. Officers' recommendation is that had we been in a position to determine the application, it would have been for approval, subject to the completion of a legal agreement and the conditions listed at the end of the report, together with the additional comments on the update paper in relation to condition 29 and the rewording of that, and 2 further clauses that would be put into the legal agreement relating to the farm complex and the listed buildings. The update report also contains the outcome of the viewing panel.
Which leads me to another question. I'm sorry. I assume I'm right in thinking that whatever our conclusion is this evening, any additions or changes that the members may wish to make to or are asked to be made to the conditions will form part of the conditions which are considered at appeal. Or not, because it hasn't been determined. I'm not sure how conditions are affected by a non-determination appeal.
The condition, if the application was refused tonight, we would still have to put forward conditions to the inspectorate. So any changes tonight to these conditions would form part of that appeal process. So
as well as considering our view on the application, we should also consider whether we believe the conditions are appropriate, as usual. Right. Right. Now we have some public speakers. And first we have the parish or town councils. I'm expecting to hear from Chinham and Bramley parish councils. Would the representative, have you agreed which order to speak in, or don't you mind? Would the representative of Chinham like to come forward then, please? And the procedure now is we invite each speaker to speak for a particular limited length of time. In this case, as 2 parish councils, there will be 4 minutes each for each parish council, after which members will be invited to ask questions of the speaker, which is additional to the time allowed for speaking. Good evening, sir, and it's over to you if you press the large white black button.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is David Thornton. I chair planning in Chinham Parish Council. Chinham Parish Council objects to this application. And our first point is that the site is not... Is that better? Oh, what right. Is that better? We're okay, are we? Good. The site's not within the settlement policy boundary, and it's the opinion of the Chinham Parish Council that the current, shall I say, difficulties over the new local plan does not mean that one can simply ignore the reserved policies from the previous local plan. This application is preempting the decisions being made for the new local plan. Apart from that, the site we consider is completely unsuitable for housing. It's bounded by, in the south, by the Hampshire Business Park. It's bounded by the railway line. It has no connection with existing settlements. This is effectively it'll be a patch of housing on its own. And I'm not concerned because it's outside, the actual site itself is outside our parish, so I'm not making comments on what's happening, if you like, inside the boundary of the site, but it's the effects that this is going to have on our community in Chinham. And the biggest impact of all, we think, is going to be the overloading of our facilities in Chinham. This site has no shop, it's no school, it has no amenities that one expects in a new community, and they will use the existing facilities in Chinham. And to get there, they are going to overload our roads. We are already noticing with the traffic flows from the business park that Chinham is becoming a convenient way through to the A33. The applicant, I gather, thinks that most of the traffic will go down to the Crockford Lane, but the Red Army roundabout, if I can call it that. But we already noticing a large volume of traffic coming through Chinham, and we think this is going to increase. Some of that traffic will be going through, but a lot of it will be using our already overloaded facilities, shopping, medical and school facilities. We have other views on the site. We are disappointed that the proposed new railway station is being proposed for the eastern side of the line, and we think in fact the corner of this site adjacent to the business park would be a far better site for any future Chinham railway station, and we think that should be taken into account when looking at this application. There's another thing that
You have 1 minute, sir.
right, we would like to point out that the business park is not yet finished. And that large site, which is a blank space on your map there, in its recent application, it had parking for 720 cars, which is more overloading on the traffic. And nowhere in any of these applications is there any firm proposals for measures to alleviate any of the overloading on infrastructure. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. If you'll stay there and just press thank you very much, your black button again. Members, yes, Councillor.
Thank you. The area, the blank area that you talked about is that for the extension of the business park and parking, or just for parking?
The last application on that site, which has now expired, was for a collection of business buildings, and it did include parking for 720 cars, in fact. But there have been, at the moment, there isn't an actual proposal for development of it, but it's part of the business park.
Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Chair. Can I ask you, you've made a point about community cohesion and the relationship to Chinham. In that context, could you just explain to me, have you had any opportunity to be consulted on the proposals, to shape the proposals, to be involved in addressing that issue with the applicant at all? Or has this application come forward completely out with any work with Chinham and obviously the facilities that you're concerned about?
No, we have had opportunities to talk to the applicants. In fact, there were meetings on site in the Taylor's Farm. They had an exhibition, and they talked to anybody who was in fact turned up there. And in fact, we have had some contact with the developers. We have an argument with what they want to do, but we haven't got any argument with the way that they have approached us and the way that we've been consulted. They have not, unfortunately, taken any notice of what we said.
Forgive me, Chair, that was going to be my follow-up question. Have they actually paid any attention to the... Not at all. So the feedback you gave, you do not consider was taken into account?
No, we don't consider that anything's happened for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Thornton. I mean, we're advised, obviously, that any Section 106 agreement will mitigate the impact of the development, and included within that is a reference to education. In terms of the Chinham Parish Council's perspective in education places within, I would have thought, the near convenience of this particular site. Can you tell us a little about the sort of school provision that applies in Chinham at the present time, and what capacity there is, and what discussions there has been with the applicant and County Council about extra school provision? Is there any?
I can't give you numbers. I know that the nearest school, which we gather is where the children will be expected to attend, which is the Four Lanes Junior and Infant School, are at present. Certainly the infant school is at capacity at present. And one imagines that that capacity will soon feed through to the junior school. There have been discussions on this being the school being expanded to four form entry, I gather, but that's not something I'm competent to advise you on.
Members, any other questions, please? Thank you, sir, very much. And if the Bramley Parish Council representative would like to come forward. If you press your large black button, you have 4 minutes, sir.
Can I just say one thing? When we booked, we have two representatives, one looking from the parish council and one looking at the effect on our neighbourhood development plan. We were told we would get 4 minutes each. So I've cropped mine down as much as I can, so hopefully we can make it up. But we were told.
Do you know who told you that?
Sorry.
The gentleman is saying he was told that he would have 4 minutes for the parish council's general view and 4 minutes for somebody speaking on behalf of the neighbourhood plan team. I've never heard of it. No? You don't know who told you that?
Sorry, we had a walk around the site earlier this week, and I was talking to the officer and some of the other councillors, and it came up in the conversation. We would get 4 minutes each. I don't want to cause fuss in this meeting. We can.
Sorry, let me just ask a technical question. The neighbourhood plan team presumably is working on behalf of the parish council. It's a parish council-led operation, and it's designated as the parish. Is that right? Well, I think we can only allow 4 minutes in that case. If they were a separate constituted body, we might. I will consider offline with officers how we might handle such situations. But if it's from the same parish and it's a parish council operation, I think we would just allow 1 period of speaking. Tomlin.
Sorry, Chair, I recollect in some emails that we were going to allow 8 minutes because it was quite a bit of a shock that we have such a long, generous time. And I think that's where some of the confusion's gone. And they perhaps choose to split it between 4 minutes each.
Okay, to the avoidance of all sorts of later discussions on this occasion, we will allow 4 minutes for the parish council and 4 minutes for the neighbourhood plan team, and we will subsequently look into the extent to which our current constitution caters for such matters. But yes, we will allow the 4 minutes for the parish council and, as you would expect, and 4 minutes for the neighbourhood plan team, since there's been some confusion.
Right, well, we thank you. I'll try and keep my part very brief. Bramley responded to the original application about a year ago with a 12-page document. I note that's recorded in the notes that come with this meeting, so I don't propose to go through that again. I think our major concerns are, and I would say we absolutely concur with the gentleman from Chinham, and we are concerned for the impact on their facilities and infrastructure. From Bramley's point of view, it is the route north up Cufford Lane, which will be a significant problem to Bramley. It's a narrow road. It's narrow at best. At worst, it's single track. It's a cycle route. It's busy now, and to put 425 homes there, bearing in mind that this site opens the door to the Cufford Farm development, which is more homes, about the same number of homes. You couple that with this other site, the blank space with 727 car parking spaces. When that is developed, people will travel north into Bramley Parish, and they will travel south into Bramley Parish to get to work, to visit the people who live here. We have one C road that runs through Bramley, through the village area. It's already busy. It's already quite dangerous. Thankfully, no serious accidents. And we are concerned that Bramley will become congested. And the railway station, the actual railway station, the real one that exists in Bramley, is already chock-a-block, and we have people commuting from Andover to park their cars for free on our streets. So without a station in Chinham, people are not going to come north to Bramley, and it's not possible for us to cope with that, given that we also have a 200 home allocation via the NDP. So that's 1,010 homes in the pre-submission plan for Bramley Parish. Yet another significant increase in Bramley's population is planned. Right, okay, I'll say I won't go through everything. I think our report covered everything last time. If you have any questions on that, I'm happy to answer them. But Bramley does object to this site for the reasons I've just stated. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for keeping well within your time. Councillor Bound?
Yes, just one brief question. Has Bramley Primary School got any spare capacity?
We've just had some recent building there, and due to falling numbers, it's a school that has just come out of special needs into needs improvement, or whatever the next one up. There was a shortfall in new intake for this term. I believe they have one classroom free, but I don't know if they have the teaching staff, and I think they've already turned it into an IT room, so a support room for the existing students or children. So it doesn't have a lot of capacity.
Members, any other questions? Thank you very much, sir, and if whoever's representing the neighbourhood plan team would like to come forward.
Thank you, Chair. The neighbourhood development plan for Bramley encompasses the whole of the parish, taking in the whole area of up to the parish boundary. This takes in the majority of Razors Farm. Bramley is in the throes of putting together and the outcome of the survey conducted says no more large developments. Bramley and Basingstoke and Dean have accepted that the neighbourhood plan takes the whole of the parish, but the local plan has repeatedly said that Razors Farm is associated with Basingstoke. Agreeing to this development is completely against the wishes of the community. It is stated in the application that Bramley railway station is easily accessible, with ample parking and cycle parking. A recent survey which we've conducted gives the barrier down an average of 29 minutes per hour, with a maximum time in 1 hour of 37 minutes. Vehicles travelling east across the railway average 138 per hour, west 108 per hour. There are 23 parking spots only in Bramley, and by 7 o'clock these are completely full. And as a result, at the end of the commuter time, then we have 50 plus cars parked in adjoining roads. Whilst this development is isolated, cars will be used. They will use Cufford Lane. They will come into Bramley Centre and use the station, adding misery to the residents of Cufford Lane and Bramley Village. Tadley and the commuters come from Silchester, Pamper, Tadley, and even as far as afield as Andover, as you have heard, using us as a station with easy parking on the roads. Cufford Lane is a rural route and part of the national cycle network. Only because of the lack of a 5-year plan supply is this being supported by the planning officers, with no consideration of the impact this will have on the surrounding community. We are a community and a parish council who have grasped the concept of localism and have moved well down the path to completing our Bramley neighbourhood plan. We have a vision obtained by publicity, 2 public meetings. The emerging evidence base will be reflected in our plan. The community have accepted the need for some development, and we will meet the strategic requirements of the local plan. Obviously, we find it difficult as regards the efforts which we still require in finalising development of our community neighbourhood plan, when the process appears to have problems that unfairly weights the outcome in favour of developers and landowners. Developers have always held strategic land banks and taken out option rights with landowners, and they can decide whether to build and where to build even after a planning application is granted. This development is not going to enhance the life of the community. It's going to add to the misery, and we ask, like other councils that have rejected similar situations, that you reject this application and take note of what the community wants. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and again, thank you for speaking well within your time. Any questions, members? I had one question. You said something to the effect that through your neighbourhood planning process you expected to meet the strategic requirements of the local plan. Could you just...
The actual plan says that in fact Bramley will be allocated 200 houses through the neighbourhood development plan, but the problem we face as a neighbourhood development plan steering group is that Razors Farm still is within the Bramley parish. So therefore, in fact, we are in a situation of having to consider the situation as regards this development is within the Bramley parish and in the area which Basingstoke and Dean Borough Council have accepted as the boundary of our neighbourhood development plan, which is Bramley parish boundary.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions, David?
Hello, sorry. I know these things are very difficult, and obviously I'm quoting from traffic assessments, which occasionally I am not too sure about either, but certainly what's suggested here in our papers is the traffic assessment estimating 3% of development traffic predicted to route through Caffard Lane to a destination or origin of the A33 North, consistent with what you've been saying based on experience and the use of the Bramley station. Would you think that that's a realistic assessment, 3%?
3% of the traffic from the new development. I think it's very difficult to say. If you actually go down Cafford Lane, it is an industrial site down there as well. So therefore, it is just a rural site, a rural road, which cannot take heavy traffic. At the end of the day, I wouldn't like to say we haven't done an assessment as regards the number of cars that are coming up Cafford Lane. But I know that the villagers use Cafford Lane to get down to Basingstoke. So therefore, at the end of the day, we presume it will be the same as regards the number of people coming up to Bramley through Cafford Lane to use the station. And it will just cause misery within the village centre.
Councillor Leeks.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't wish to repeat myself too much, but can I just ask for the figures over the railway line? It was so many per minute and how many?
This was over a 8-hour period, a very cold period, unfortunately. We should have done it in the summer. But in fact it was, we actually have got 138 cars per average going east, and 138 cars per hour going east, and 108 cars per hour going west. What happens is, with the actual barrier down for the time it is, 29 minutes, we have a pile-up of at least 20 cars on either side. And within the village we have the shop, which actually is on the main road and has got 4 parking spots, 2 of which are taken up by staff and tenants above the shop. So everybody parks on the road and you get a backlog, therefore, of people travelling east, actually backlogging actually on the railway crossing, which is obviously a considerable danger.
Any other questions, members? Thank you very much, sir. We now move to public speaking by those objecting to the application, and I have lost the note because there's fewer than we expected. Reach it on there. I have Mr. Palmer, Mr. Bailey, and Miss Fogg. Have you determined in which order you would prefer to speak? Fine. In that case, if you'd like to come forward, Mr. Palmer, you have 8 minutes between you, and you have to mitigate that yourselves, unless you tell me to stop you after a particular period of time. 3, 3, and 3. Well, we'll keep an eye on 3, 3, and all right. 3, 3, and 2. I speak in triples. I'm sorry about that. We will attempt to moderate you to 3 minutes, sir. Thank you.
Good evening, Ian Palmer, Facility Manager, Air Products, Basingstoke. I'd like to thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak this evening. I'm here to reaffirm Air Products' strong opposition to the application, which seeks to develop Razors Farm. It is our position that proposed residential development is not compatible with Air Products operations. The company has been on the site since 1987, when it was chosen for its isolated location on the northern boundary of Basingstoke. An adjacent residential development will be prejudicial to the long-term standing of our approved use and restricting the company's ability for future growth. Furthermore, we ask the Council to consider the likelihood of Air Products being granted planning permission to build an industrial facility on land adjacent to a long-term standing residential development. Surely, for the same planning inconsistencies that we have in front of us, highlighted in our opposition, would be used to disallow such a development. Our operations are at present unrestricted, enabling us to operate the site 24 hours, 7 days a week. In other parts of the country, Air Products has experienced at first hand the conflict that arises when houses are built in close proximity to the facilities of this type. Invariably, residents will complain about noise levels and related industrial activity, which may lead to the imposition of restrictions on operations. In turn, this will undermine the economic viability of the site and may even result in relocation. The proposed scheme has the potential to be harmful to economic growth and to create a poor living environment for future residents. National planning policy is explicit in that proposals for new developments should not be approved where they impose unreasonable restrictions on business and how they operate. It is considered that these key issues have not been given the appropriate weight in arriving at the decision to recommend the application
Have half a minute, sir.
For approval. It puts the provision of new housing ahead of jobs in the borough. The Basingstoke facility is integral to Air Products' UK supply chain and is an important contributor to the region through direct and indirect employment. Additionally, the Basingstoke facility provides subsequent benefits for the local economy and schools and the community.
Can you wind up, sir, please?
Yep.
Oh,
that's fine.
You've done.
Yep.
Thank you very much. If you just press your big black button again and see if members would like to ask you any questions. Members? Yes, Councillor. Councillor Tucker?
Sorry, I haven't got long enough arms. You mentioned that this would prejudice future growth of your company if this was built upon with houses. Had you hoped to expand into that land yourselves?
No, we have a large site at the Hampshire International Business Park, which we have a building which we're planning to redevelop into further office space and laboratory space for our operations. So we would be looking to sort of increase our within our own bounds.
Good evening. If my history is right, I mean, you bought the site in 1987, I think, from the county council. Is that right? And in terms of, however I put this, your understanding with the county council and others at that time was this would be a production company that would be only compatible if it wasn't surrounded by residential development. Would that be fair to say? And just for the record, and I know it's in the report, but in terms of the number of people that you employ at Air Products, could you just put that on the public record?
At present, we're around 60 on site, plus associated contractors. So that the maintenance personnel, cleaning personnel, all sorts of other people who come in are all employed by local businesses.
Councillor Bounder, do you want to come in first?
Yeah, just briefly. You mentioned that you're going to expand within the site on some building, but your problem here, I think, is what you say, is noise. What could you expand and tell us what this sort of noise is that's so sort of antisocial?
Oh.
You have to wait until the other members let me
Okay.
most of us all the time, so you're not alone.
Our operations involve the movement of gas cylinders, so and the movement of those cylinders creates noise. We have several forklift trucks on site which rattle around carrying cylinders, moving cylinders, loading trucks. We have bulk tankers coming into site. We have a lot which creates noise. When you bang metal together, it makes a noise, and it's quite a clanky operation, I'm afraid.
Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the noise issue. I've got house mills in my ward. Sorry, Horace. I appreciate the noise issue. I've got house mills in my ward, so I've got semi-industrial units taking place right next to residential. And in fact, I will move it over, Horace. Is that better? There we go. I appreciate the point about noise. I say I've got house mills, industrial estates in my ward, and I've got residential units directly adjacent to that, and the noise issues that I have as casework are very significant. In terms of your operation, and in terms of your expansion of your operation, what I'd like to understand are the consequences if, say, this application was approved. What are the consequences for your business in that context? Where will that leave you as a business?
I think we would have to reconsider any expansion. And as I said, if we do have opposition to our operations from these residents, if the application is approved, we would even have to look at relocating the site.
And you said that this site was integral to your UK operation. Would you just expand on that for me so I've got a better understanding of what you mean?
Okay, the way the business is set up to distribute cylinders throughout the UK, we have satellite sites. Basingstoke is a hub of those satellite sites where we distribute cylinders throughout the southern half of the UK. So it would be, we would go anywhere from Norfolk to South Wales to Cornwall from this site. And then to the north, in northern England, we have another site which is Walkden, which is the site I'm referring to when I explained about the other noise issues that we have where residential properties have been built adjacent to that site. We are experiencing problems there. Just one very quick follow-up. Obviously, if you're experiencing problems, you have evidence of that.
is that evidence that you could produce to substantiate the threat that this poses to you, particularly in the context of an appeal inspectorate wanting such evidence?
I believe that evidence is available, yes.
Councillor Miller?
Thank you, Chair. Good evening. Nice to see you again. When we last had a discussion, you also, apart from local employment, you indicated that you also had approaches from BCOT and the fact that you employ apprentices to bring them on in the industry. Could you just describe what kind of numbers per year, either from local education organisations or the acceptance of apprentices to your company?
We're currently looking at taking on 2 apprentices in the next fiscal year, which is 2014. We have none at the moment, but we are looking to take on 2 apprentices in the new year.
If I could ask, if I may, Chair, how many have you taken on, or how many has the company absorbed in, say, the last decade?
I believe the company has absorbed 6 apprentices in the last 4 years. I couldn't tell you before that.
You want to come back, Councillor Bound, and then Councillor Tomlin?
The report, I think, mentions an acoustic fence and an earth bund or something. In your opinion, is that satisfactory? Is that sufficient to mitigate the noise problems that the residents...
Sorry, the gentleman is not an acoustics expert. You can't ask his opinion on something he doesn't know the details of and wouldn't be able to assess if he did. We'd have to have an acoustic technician in to answer that question. It's a little unfair on this gentleman to ask him a hypothetical question about how it would be if a bund of some sort or an acoustic fence of some sort, and unless he's already had that work undertaken by specialists.
On your previous operations, has there been an acoustic fence or a bund put in place to mitigate noise?
On the Basingstoke site, no. And it's extremely difficult on our Walkden site, as it's on the perimeter of Manchester, to put such a system in place. No.
Councillor Tomlin.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Mr. Palmer. Well, again, I don't want to go down the route of expert and etc., but you know your business far more than we do. Am I right that you have also some European safety legislation associated with the sort of trajectory of your cylinders should they be in a fire and explode and go through certain distances? Something I recollect from my background? Thank you.
The site is a Tier 4 coma site, which is a HSE regulated site. We have a perimeter ring which has been devised by the HSE, and that ring forms a safety zone should an accident occur. Thankfully it never has.
And just to clarify, the ring is within the site.
It does extend beyond the boundaries of the site.
So how do you control the safety zone outside the site?
We don't build on it. That's true.
I mean, you don't have any control over it, presumably. Just trying to tease out what the meaning of this question is, that's all.
Okay, the ring itself forms part of our safety zone, and there are 3 rings. There's an inner zone, a median zone, which is both within our site boundaries, and an outer zone, which are used to, how should I say, we could inform people. It's our duty to inform people that we have a hazard on that site, and that would include our industrial neighbours to the south, Shire Pharmaceuticals, various other companies to the south of our site. At present, there is nobody within the Cormer Ring on the northern or western sides.
I'm sorry to keep on the questioning, but I assume because of the boundaries that some part of that ring enters the proposed development site. And if so, presumably, if anybody came to live in houses within the ring, you would have a duty to advise them, or in fact their lawyers when they were buying the property, that this is part of that ring.
Yes, I think we would, yes.
It's really on the same point as you're raising, Chair, but I mean, presumably that notification has already been given to those that own Razor's Farm, has it, on the possibility that something could land in the field, is that right?
The actual perimeter of the ring enters the corner part of the site there. I can't quite see it. And if it's unoccupied, we would not need to inform them. So if it doesn't go near any residential houses at the moment, but if those houses were there, we would have a duty of care to inform them of any hazard or incident which would have occurred.
Just for the avoidance of doubt and pin this down, can you give us a rough estimate of what the size of the area enclosed within the ring in this site is in round numbers?
The size of the area is generally, I think it's around 200 metres from the centre of the site or from the hazard.
Now, I'm just saying, what distance into the proposed development site does the outer ring go? I mean, if it was 3 acres, it would be a problem for the developer.
No,
if it's 500.
It encompasses the bottom left-hand corner of the map, as I'm looking at it.
But by a metre or two, or by 100 yards? Or?
I would say probably 20 yards, 30 yards into that field.
Thank you very much. Thank you so very much. You get a lot more time if they ask you questions, you see. And then we have, you're coming forward, Miss Fox, I think it is, for 2 minutes. Fogg, beg your pardon. I live at the end of Fox's Lane, so I got it on my mind. You have 2 minutes if you'd like to press your big black button.
Okay. Today, this fog is actually a pollution cloud, exceeding EU levels, preventing sunlight reaching the Earth. This is evident today and is accelerating fast. I sent you through research on an email. I sent everybody a copy. Sunlight and sea together make rain. No sunlight, no rain. No rain, no food, no food, no life. Government are now urgently funding work to reduce this evapotranspiration pollution cloud. Hope you read my research. We cannot have more building in a farming area where from 2019 water companies have declared that this is an area which will have a large water deficit. We are officially a drought area now. There are huge amendments to the water bill and more currently being assessed by Parliament until December the 17th. The regulator and the council must consider the resilience of the water supplies in this area. Local rivers, which supply 63% of our water from extraction, are in trouble. The Itchen can no longer sustain extraction levels due to environmental concerns. The Loddon is heavily polluted and sewage dumping is set to increase. Clear violations of the Flood and Water Management Bill. That leaves the Test River, and supplement by Portsmouth Water was not going to be done until 2017. 37% of our water comes from groundwater. The Environment Agency told me that the ground here has become hard due to continuous drought and over-extraction, which means rains run off instead of going into aquifers. The runoff enters rivers. It's not cooled by going through the earth, so warms the rivers, killing wildlife. It also causes local flooding. Floodplains have been built on in this area. The aquifers are cut off by concrete and brick. Desalination plants which were planned are now delayed till 2028. Streams which feed the Loddon and the Itchen are all drying up due to long-term drought. I reported this to government with research I had carried out on rainfall in the area. They are now revoking river extraction licences everywhere in the area.
Could you conclude, please?
Okay, Southern Water are fitting water meters everywhere and desperately mending leaks. You need to read the Strategic Environmental Impact Assessment dated November the 18th, 2013. Water companies are looking for new supplies and government for new providers. We've reached building and population saturation.
Thank you. If you just press your big black button again. Members, any questions for the Speaker?
Thank you, Chair. Good evening. I read with great interest in your email, and you've raised concern about the lack of water supplies. You've also raised the fact that all the fish have died in the brook. You go on to say the end result sees very high level of pollution in our River Loddon. And then you end up by saying, which is very serious, I have seen waterfalls, native crayfish, slow worms, and grass snakes disappear. Yes. How do we...
Sorry, if you wait until the member has asked his question, he'll then press his button, then you have to press your button.
My final comment was, how do we reverse that problem?
Well, it's rainfall, and we don't have it. And we need sustained rainfall. Last year was a one-off. It happens about once every 10 years. I think it's nature's effort to try and save us, and it's just not doing it. And until it actually soaks into the ground and it doesn't keep running off, we're actually stuck, and we just don't have the water. And it's an ongoing problem. This cloud today, you can smell it. You know, it sticks, and it's revealing itself in the cold weather. It's there all the time. It's been there for a long time. But it's just coming down, and now you're seeing it, and now you're aware of it. And it's been accelerated since 2010. It's going so fast now that, you know, we've neglected everything. We've neglected public transport in this area, which would have alleviated it.
Sorry, you restrict yourself to
Sorry,
answering the question that's posed, which, as I recall, was, what do we do to fix it?
Well, we can't. It's rain.
What effect has the Rio summit had with this area?
Well, nothing. No one can produce rain, and that's it. And you know, it's like Southern Water are fitting water meters, and on those water meters have got alarms for leaks, and they're trying to rectify all that. But there's just no way out of it. The only way is consumption, and the way we keep down consumption is we don't build any more in Basingstoke. We can't afford to. Okay.
Members, any further questions for this speaker? Thank you very much, Ms. Fogg, and good luck with the mists on the way home. They were quite bad in my area when I set out. And you have 3 minutes, sir.
Okay, good evening everyone. My name is Matthew Bailey. I'm a local resident of Chinham. I'm also the Chair of Governor's Four Lanes Community Junior School in Chinham. I represent the views of the residents in Chinham and in Bramley. The common theme of the injections has been the impact on further developments on the operational capacity of the local transport network, local schools, doctors and dentists. Brazers Farm is an island site to the north of the Chinham Business Park. It does not relate well to the existing residential areas of Chinham and Sherfield Park, from which it is separated by the railway line. Residential development of this land will permanently restrict the growth of the existing business park, which would have an impact, which will not have an immediate impact, but will present a medium-term drag on employment growth once this existing land is exhausted. The site is constrained by a secondary connection to the existing A-grade highways networks via the residential areas of Sherfield Park, Chinham and the Business Park. At peak hours, this will increase traffic volumes on the local roads, in the case of Sherfield Park, are not well designed for significant through traffic and will add to the overcapacity already on the hazardous A33. Hampshire County Council suggests that the traffic flows through Sherfield Park would increase by 7.5 to 10.5%. Residents do not agree with this assessment and, based on our own data, calculate the traffic will be 15 to 20% higher. This is not an insignificant increase. HGC also suggests that existing local bus services cannot be extended to the site. Instead, they proposed a service that would require public funding, would only run once an hour, and would not necessarily be in walking distance of the houses. Then this is unlikely to significantly mitigate increased traffic movements. Four Lanes infant and junior schools and Great Binfield schools are already near full. The only two possible solutions for schooling going forward would be to expand Four Lanes schools or expand Great Binfields. Four Lane schools are already 3 classes per year schools, which are large schools, and increasing them to 4 classes per year group would make them one of the largest infant and junior schools within Hampshire. Initial investigations have been done to add 7 additional classrooms to the schools, although no consideration or funding was done about expanding the rest of the school, for example, the school halls. This would end up with a situation where both the schools would not actually be able to have a whole full assembly because the school could not take it.
Have 1 minute, sir.
The traffic situation around the schools is also completely crazy at the moment. In one area around the schools, local residents are now paying a local private security company to guard access to their driveways and garages because it's so bad in the mornings. The alternative would be to expand Great Binfield School. The result of that would mean that the catchment area of Four Lane School would have to change, so many more children would have to cross the A33 in the mornings and the afternoons to get to school. We could end up with a situation that the houses around Four Lane School aren't even in the catchment of that school now. There is strong local objection to this plan. The infrastructure within Chinham and Sherfield Park cannot take another 400 homes. There are over 360 letters of objection. There's over 400 objections to our own partition going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members' questions for this gentleman? No? Thank you very much, sir. We have the applicant, or somebody speaking in support, as we call it technically. And you have 8 minutes. That's not an invitation to take 8 minutes, just to clarify the situation.
Thank you, Chairman. Good evening, members. My name is Hugh Edwards of Barton Wilmore. I'm here this evening on behalf of Crowday Strategic, the applicant. The proposed development before you this evening comprises the construction of up to 425 residential dwellings, including up to 40% or up to 170 units of affordable housing. That's definitely something that's needed within Basingstoke. It provides family housing and affordable and local needs housing, wholly in accordance with the Council's wider corporate objectives. The present planning application has been comprehensively prepared, which has benefited from early engagement from the outset. These discussions commenced back in 2010-2011 with the emerging local plan, and the site has been evaluated as a potential housing site since early 2008-2009 as part of the Council's background evidence base, and I'll return to that point later. The full extent and nature of the statutory and non-statutory engagement undertaken has been considerable and extensive, which is perhaps best reflected in the result of no objection from each of the statutory technical consultees consulted by Basingstoke as part of this application process. Detailed pre-application discussions commenced in autumn 2011, with 2 public exhibitions were held in July and September 2012. Pre-application discussions, as we've also heard this evening, were held with both parish councils, namely Chinham and Bramley. The application was formally submitted in November 2012 and accompanied by a comprehensive suite of technical documents. In response to further technical queries, further information was submitted in the intervening period prior to the appeal being lodged at the end of September 2013. The decision to lodge the appeal was not taken lightly. Crowdace has a long-established relationship with developing successful sites in Basingstoke, particularly Sherfield Park, otherwise known as Taylor's Farm, and is keen to maintain that relationship in delivering another well-regarded development at Taylor's Farm. However, and notwithstanding the extensive pre-application discussions and subsequent positive allocation in the emerging local plan, the detailed discussions were becoming increasingly protracted, and the decision was taken reluctantly to lodge the appeal. We are very aware of the ongoing political dilemma facing you as a council and as a planning committee, and we see that directly reflected this evening in the views from the people behind us and those present this evening. However, we, the council officers and the external statutory consultees have examined this technically now over the last 12 months and also before that period too. Each of these professional bodies have robustly concluded that there are no overriding technical objections for all or any of the other technical considerations, and the officer's comprehensive report before you this evening sets this out fully. With regard to highways, Crowdis has worked extensively with county highways to prepare a scheme that works on-site and off-site. By this, I mean that we can provide a safe and acceptable means of access to and from the site, but also a package of off-site improvements to the wider highway network and also public transport enhancements too. This has been a considerable focus of attention for us and the council, both at county and borough level, and the robust no objection in this regard has not been achieved lightly. In landscape terms, the site comprises green fields, and of course there will therefore be an impact. However, both the borough councils and our own landscape studies have confirmed that whilst there is such an impact, this is obviously unavoidable in the loss of any greenfield site, so the balance here is whether or not such an impact significantly or demonstrably outweighs the benefits of the proposal. Again, this has been identified as being acceptable with no objection to the principle of development on this site. The presence of four listed buildings comprising the existing farmstead has also been a further area of considerable work. Whilst this application does not propose any alterations or changes of use to these buildings, what it has provided for is an extensive area of safeguarded land surrounding the farm buildings in order to protect their setting and enable maximum flexibility in the consideration of alternative uses at a future stage. Again, these steps of analysis are summarised fully in the officer's report. And members will recall from those present on the site visit the state of the dilapidation of those listed buildings and the opportunity that this scheme and the safeguarding of that land around it provides in safeguarding the future and hopefully reuse of those buildings. Similar technical considerations also apply with regard to ecology, noise, drainage, archaeology, open space and environmental health, again with no overriding technical objection. We've heard this evening from Air Products and their concerns. This has been investigated fully by ourselves and the Council's environmental health officers with specific further noise surveys carried out. I'd quickly put in there also that the HSE were also part of the statutory consultee as part of this application process, and the officer may wish to comment on that further. Any such impact has been identified as potentially affecting a small corner of the site and can be adequately mitigated against by a couple of physical and design measures being incorporated into the residential design proposals. Therefore, and from a technical perspective, the proposed development is comprehensive, robust, deliverable and sustainable. This is very clear, and it is set out thus in the officer's report. In terms of policy considerations, Basingstoke does not have an up-to-date local plan, nor does it have a demonstrable 5-year housing land supply. This is widely acknowledged now by inspectors and Secretary of States in recent appeal decisions. The MPPF is therefore the most significant material consideration, which places the presumption of sustainable development at its core. The proposed scheme is recognised by statutory consultees as comprising sustainable development. Local planning authorities should approach decision making and also in a positive way to foster the delivery of sustainable development. This is in addition to the site as being identified as a proposed allocation in the emerging local plan. But what is sustainable development? The MPPF tells us that this comprises economic, social and environmental terms. In economic terms, 425 houses equates to roughly 995 people. That provides about 577 people in future employment generation. That will generate £23 million per annum in terms of economic output for this borough. In social terms, the delivery of much needed housing provide both market and affordable. Again, this scheme has been positively prepared with a comprehensive package of on-site and off-site contributions. In terms of community infrastructure, we have extensive areas of open space, environmental enhancements, equipped play areas and allotments and so on. In terms of environmental capacity, we have no statutory technical objections. Whilst we're acutely aware of local residents' concerns regarding highways and landscape, there remains no landscape, highway or other environmental objections. Again, repeatedly, professional technical consultees have confirmed no objection in this regard. In summing up, in 1 minute and 20 seconds, the development proposals will make a positive contribution to meeting the Borough Council's housing requirement and the local housing requirements of Chinham and Basingstoke. The development proposals represent a sustainable form of development as described in the MPPF. I would repeat that we fully recognise the political dilemma the Council finds itself in and the public pressure that is evident this evening. We recognise the balance and the political tightrope that you, as elected members, have to walk, not only with this application but many other applications and also the emerging local plan. It is a difficult job. However, your decision this evening needs to reflect the prevailing planning policy framework, which is one of a presumption in favour of this approval, unless the material considerations indicate otherwise. The officer's report sets out fully those potential material considerations which have been consistently found not to significantly or demonstrably outweigh the sustainable developments of the proposed development. Whilst local residents may not agree with these conclusions, I trust members will concur with the technical strategy consultees and the findings of the professional officer's report, and formally agree that they do not amount to any reason for refusal. If you consider otherwise, any such reasons will need to be substantiated at a future inquiry, without the technical backing of Basingstoke Council or County Council officers or statutory consultee support. This would lead to the requirement of external consultants and lawyers at a considerable cost to the Council.
Could you finish off very briefly?
In essence, we recognise that you have an unenviable task ahead of you this evening. I wish you well in reaching that decision, but trust one that you will reach after full due consideration of all the matters before you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If you'd like to just press the big button and stay there. Members, questions for the applicant? Councillor Tucker?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Edwards. Two things, if I may. When we went round the site last Friday, I was personally very surprised at how many beautiful mature oak trees particularly were on the site. Are you prepared to say that you would protect those? That's one question.
As I think I said on the site visit at the time, the application was submitted by a comprehensive suite of documents, including arboricultural surveys, identifying the trees, the category A, B, C and D trees on the site, and the proposed scheme and the illustrative layout has been prepared and devised around the retention of those significant trees, yes.
Thank you for that. And just coming back to Air Products and the circular bit where they have to be careful. Were you aware of the danger zone, as is, not just the fact that there was a business there?
Yes, the increasing role of the HSE in becoming a statutory consultee on all planning applications increased markedly from 2010-2011. I think it was Buntsfield in Hertfordshire. That has had, and since then they've become statutory consultees on all planning applications, and we are aware of inner, middle and outer zones on all sorts of, I think the gentleman was referring to here a Tier 4 particular issue. Again, I mentioned that the HSE were consulted as part of this application, raised no objection to the proposals. With regard to the proposed mitigation measures, yes, they are proposed some noise attenuation fencing on that southern boundary and the western boundary. The design of the scheme and layout at the reserve matter stage can be designed. So do you mind if I just get a glass of water? Sorry, thank you, Mrs. Tucker. The resultant scheme will be designed with those mitigation measures in place. It includes in that corner a 20-30 metre landscape buffer in any event in the southwestern corner of that site. Again, if that zone, and I haven't seen a plan which shows the outer zone, the gentleman referred to 20 yards or so coming into the site. Again, it is something we've carried out further studies on. It is something we've carried out in specific response to the queries raised by Air Product. It is something that's been specifically looked at by the Council's Environmental Health Officer as well, in terms of the findings of that study, and then the mitigation, the package of mitigation measures that we're proposed and is proposed to be secured by way of a condition.
I had Councillor Harvey first, then I think I saw Councillor Potter, then Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Chair, appreciating what was been said, I don't particularly take to being threatened with legal costs and other elements by a presenter.
Let's not have that, please.
I appreciate that, but I don't particularly like that when I'm being asked to ask questions and respond to the merits of the case. If I can ask you, sir, in relation to the affordable housing, one issue we've had with Taylor's Farm, and I would like your commitment and your understanding on this, In other examples where crowd-housing have been involved with development of this borough, there's been renegotiations of Section 106 agreements and then the non-delivery of affordable housing. Can I ask you what viability elements you've gone through so far in the preparation of the application to this point?
In response to your initial point about threatening behaviour.
Sorry, please don't get onto that. We're not going to have that discussion at all.
Because
so I've asked the council not to start that discussion, and we're not going to continue it. You can raise it with the council afterwards if you have an objection to it, but I'm not going to pursue that matter now. This is a discussion on the merits of this case as a planning application.
The application proposal proposes up to 40% affordable housing. I can't comment on any earlier crowd-based schemes that I haven't been involved with and so on. As I say, the proposal and the negotiations relating to the 106 start with the starting point of up to 40%. It depends what other elements of Section 106 contributions that you as councillors may or may not want to pursue as part of any discussions later on. As I say, that's what's on the table at the moment.
Thank you, Chair. Could I just pursue that a little bit more? In the opening statement you made, it was, councillors, we are delivering you 40%. You now say it's up to 40% and subject to Section 106 negotiations. What is the commitment that Crowdace is making? I'm sorry that they're not here this evening and that they've obviously left it to the planning consultant to make the case. If you can answer that for me and also answer the point I asked about viability. What viability assessments and work have you undertaken thus far in bringing the application to this point?
I was very clear in my opening remarks in terms of talking up to 40%. I talked of up to 40% or up to 170. Obviously, it's been recorded. I hope I said that. It's certainly what I've got noted down in front of me because that's obviously part of that. With regard to viability, I'm not presently aware of any viability concerns that would prejudice the delivery of that 40%. But as I say, it's part of those Section 106 discussions that forms part of the overall planning obligations package associated with the delivery of up to 425 houses.
Forgive me, Chair. I just want to push the point and please answer the question. I'm asking you whether you have done the viability and what the viability is, not that there are nothing that you are aware of. What is it you've actually done as a developer on viability thus far?
As I say, I'm not privy to any viability considerations. We're not pursuing a viability case. We haven't submitted a viability assessment as part of this application, which is often the case in terms of negotiating to move away from any particular policy requirement.
Just to clarify, so that we all know where we are, because some of this is jargon that won't be obvious to residents who may be listening. Do we have a draft 106 agreement in place and not signed because there's no application before us at the moment?
There is a draft 106 agreement, but not, to be honest, there's not much work being done on it since the appeals come in, but it's something that we would have to work on leading up to an inquiry and come to an agreement on that status there. But that does include a provision of 40% affordable housing.
Right, and in terms of, because I just don't want to allow this particular thread to go on indefinitely, my understanding is that in other committees we've already as a council made decisions as regard how attempts to row back from Section 106 agreements are handled, and in this type of case we would then expect them to come back to committee for discussion. We've had a lot of debate about viability assessments and the reneging on Section 106 agreements. I don't think it's something we can usefully pursue with this gentleman, since he's not at the financial side of his business. He's a planning consultant. And no doubt he'll take the questions back to his client.
I'm sure he will, Chair. My point is, and my investigation is of the evidence base that's being used to substantiate the actual application. My next question, Chair, relates to the provision of open space and the elements in the report that relate to an under-provision of open space. Can I ask you, on a greenfield site, why we have a lack of provision of open space? Why aren't you meeting the standard?
So I do have a separate note on the open space because it's quite specific. We are providing a significant amount of open space. I can go and get my note in terms of start quoting the specific areas to you if you wish. The open space standards, I think, to which you're referring, talk about, I think there's minimum open space and expected. It's the standards that are coming through. Do you mind if I go and get my note rather than me talk hypothetically? Sorry, Councillor Harvey. In terms of the adopted green space standards that were in your Section 106 planning obligations, community infrastructure, both adopted in July 2005 and then revised in April 2000 and April 2013. For the 425 dwellings, our requirement for that would be 3.18 hectares. With regard to the adopted green standard since then, in March 2013, the requirement is 3.46. And therefore there has been an overall change in the overall standard of 0.28 hectares in terms of those standards. In terms of what we're proposing, we're actually providing in excess of that. What I think you're referring to is the adopted green space standards in terms of expected quantity standards, which talks about the borough-wide multifunctional green space, which requires 6.5, so for 425 dwellings, 6.63 dwellings. That is a significant increase above the minimum standard, or the original standard of 3.18 and 3.46. That's a borough-wide standard that's been adopted since the application was submitted. It's a supplementary planning document that the Borough Council has adopted for development control purposes. It hasn't been the subject to any public consultation. And so therefore there is an element of, well, we would query the degree of weight to be attached to that document. Notwithstanding that, in overall sort of quantitative terms, we, against the expected quantity standards, as I say, which we query, we're only 0.87 hectares below that in any event. And so therefore, we are, I think, 2 hectares or so above the minimum standard. And in terms of the minimum, in terms of then the expected standard, we're 0.87 hectares below. But from that calculation as well, the Borough Council or the Borough Council officers have discounted the area, significant areas of sinks running north-south through the site. If you put those in, which are open space in the multifunctional term, in terms of the expected standard, that puts us in excess of the expected standard. Sorry for the complicated.
No, thank you very much. And the issue and the point about the sinks is important because that also relates to officers' comments about biodiversity. And that was the other area I wanted to explore with you. There's a lot of comments in the report about where the implications for the biodiversity of the site, the implications for the sinks and so on has been raised, and where no mitigation, or rather the mitigation that's been proposed, has not given those officers confidence. Why haven't you met those officers' expectations of what we would expect for the protection of our biodiversity on this site?
Again, we have responded to those in terms of providing 20-metre setbacks for the sinks. Your Borough Council officers, I believe, are seeking 30 metres in certain instances. Again, with regard to biodiversity designations of areas of trees, ancient woodland would be the top one. And then you have sinks and so on below and so on and so forth. Natural England's guidance, statutory standing guidance for ancient woodlands is 15 metres. That's a national standard which is used up and down the country. Again, we are proposing 20 metres, which was something that the officers initially requested, and again their standards then increased to 30 metres. We're providing not a straight line of 20 metres. In certain instances it waves inside the 20 metres, in certain instances it waves outside. But it does provide for, and certainly will actually enhance what's presently there at the moment, insofar as what's there at the moment is not managed, what the woodland areas will become as part of a site-wide woodland management plan.
And my final question, Chair, relates to the transport issues, really. In terms of the Section 106 and highways contributions, can you tell me what the contribution for highways was at the beginning of the process? And has that changed going forward in terms of contributions you intend to make to the county over the period of all the negotiations and everything that went on? Where did you start and where are you now in terms of contributions to highways?
I can tell you my understanding of where we are presently. Thankfully, we do have our client's highway consultant here who's much more learned in such matters, and we're probably in a better position to answer your question in terms of the level of detail. But we're at presently 1.88, 1.9, nearly £2 million.
And does that reflect where you started in the conversations with highways?
I'm not clear that that's germane to this application. The point that's germane to this application is what is proposed. We don't usually in committee discuss the process, the many processes and discussions through which an applicant may have gone with the officers or with anybody else and consultees. What we're here to discuss and determine is what is before us on the table as it stands. So I'm not entirely happy with us having to go back and look at previous documents and say what might have been said by whom, when, and to what effect.
I'm not asking that.
Well, you're saying what happened when the conversation started? That's 3 years ago, 2.5 years ago.
The report makes it clear that County Highways started out with a set of comments and a set of issues that they raised. I want to know what was on the table at the time. Those they then changed throughout the process of the report, as the report tells us.
Well, those are questions for the highways officer who's here to answer them.
I'm asking the applicant what the Section 106 was. As simple as that. They should know.
Yeah, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure I understand how it's relevant to the handling of this application.
I want to know what's.
What you want to know, councillor, you might want to know all sorts of things about the finances of the company, the ownership of the land, and 1,001 things. I know it's not what you're asking, but we are not here to. No, sorry, please don't interrupt me. We're not here to discover everything you want to know about the history of the company which you've raised and its previous applications and what they've done, and we're not here to discuss what discussions may have taken place when, with whom. If you have questions about the transport assessment and the transport contributions, I think that the applicant knows what the present is proposed and can't be deemed to know of all conversations that have previously taken place. However, the highways officer is here, and if you've got questions about what highways judgment is on the application as it stands, they're quite properly placed to the highways officer. If you'd like to ask the applicant or his representative about what is part of what is on the table and is proposed and which will go to the inspection, these questions won't be asked by the inspector or answered by the inspector. The process by which we got to a present application is not part of what we discuss here.
I'm not going to have a row at the table with you, Chair.
Well, I'm sure you're not, because I'll stop you from doing
what
so.
I will do, Chair, is just make one very simple point. I'm actually asking questions relating to the merits or otherwise of this application.
No, you're not. You're not, because we only consider the application as it's before us. And, for example, we don't discover motivation, reasons for why somebody wants to do something. Same applies to a household with this application. We wouldn't ask these questions of any other applicant, and we should not ask questions which the applicant representatives here cannot be deemed to confidently know, because the applicant's representatives here may not have been party to those discussions. And I'm sorry if you don't like me stopping you from pursuing that line, but I propose to do so. Do you have any other questions germane to the application? Right, I have Councillor Potter.
So good to have you back in the chair. Hello, Mr. Edwards.
That's not a veiled insult to any of my colleagues.
Oh, no. I mean, probably just the opposite, Chair, really, but obviously a bit too subtle, I guess. But, yeah. Hello, Mr. Edwards. I mean, I'm disappointed, obviously, not to see those who instruct you here this evening, but that's their decision. Can I just ask for your observation, because you would have given advice on this, really. We heard earlier, didn't we, that our officers and certainly County Council believe they were acting in good faith in terms of the continuing discussions with your client, and I presume you as well. I mean, what actually happened in September 2013 that gave rise to you going for non-determination? You say a decision not taken lightly, absolute dilemma, I guess, for you, but nevertheless you took it. What was the logic behind that September 2013?
Good evening, Councillor Potter. You're right. As I said during the 8 minutes, the decision wasn't taken lightly. Crowdace, as I said, has a long-standing relationship with Basingstoke, as do I, and the degree and extent of pre-application discussions and consultation was considerable in preparing the application that was submitted in November 2012. In parallel to the planning application, we've also got the emerging local plan, and that's doing the hokey cokey at the moment in terms of backwards and forwards, and we needn't go there presently. But during 2013, we continued discussions and dialogue with the council's officers and county highway officers. At the same time, we're keeping an eye on the emerging local plan. At the same time, we're also keeping an eye on emerging and existing other planning applications that are happening and taking place within the borough. In particular, the words Marnell Park will be familiar to you. In particular, the words Kennel Farm will also be will be knowledgeable to you. From our observation of that, from our observation of the work that officers were doing, from the observation of our ongoing discussions with members during 2013 as well, we saw a direction of travel that was taking place with emerging live planning applications in the borough, and we took a commercial decision. That's the royal we, took a commercial decision regarding this planning application. Notwithstanding the extensive pre-app consultation and ongoing dialogue, the commercial decision was taken in order to not to expedite matters, but to try and create if you like, an end date or a fixed date there whereby we could have or reach a decision. As I say, the commercial decision was taken. You'll be aware that Crowdace Homes is building out the adjoining Sherfield Park site. That has a development build program that will finish sometime in the future. In an ideal world, from a commercial perspective, one would understand if Crowdace Homes, in terms of then acquiring this site, were to want to continue to build that. We're also mindful of the fact of the urgent need for housing within the borough, and obviously we could talk about the position regarding 5-year supply and so on.
I'd probably ask for that long answer, of course, by the question I posed, but in simple language, you saw it as an opportune time to lodge the appeal. No more complicated than that, I guess, wasn't it?
I wouldn't use the word opportune. It was, our decision, and the discussions we had very clearly with officers was that in an ideal world we would receive planning approval at the local level. That would have been our desire, and that was why we continually extended the determination period with officers, I think on 4 or 5 occasions during 2013, leading up to September. As I say, we then saw the direction of travel that was taking place regarding other applications, and a commercial decision was taken.
Can I just switch subjects in regard to the distribution network, Southern Electric power distribution that crosses the site? My understanding is that certainly from their perspective, they would see this as a developer responsibility to find a solution to that, not the distribution network, not Southern Electric Power's own responsibility. What are you actually proposing in that regard? Can you help me with that?
The electricity overhead wire that passes the site is a very low, excuse me, I'm not a technical expert in that, but again, in terms of hierarchical terms, you've got big pylons that march across the countryside, and you also have small overhead lines. This is a small overhead line that will be undergrounded.
In terms of the potential of a 106 agreement, which covers a whole series of things, obviously, coming back to the education issue, I know this is an outline application, but we've considered this in the past. I mean, do you or those who instruct you have any estimates of the number of school children, of primary and senior age who will be generated by this development in its own right? What numbers are we talking about?
If I had a calculator, I could quickly calculate it, but the average pupil product ratio from per dwelling is 0.37 for a primary school person, 0.15 for a secondary school place. If you multiply 425 by 0.37, 425 by 0.15, that will give you the estimated number of primary school places and estimated number of secondary school places. With regard to that provision and quantum, obviously the Education Authority are the statutory body responsible for that. We've been advised that no contribution is required at the secondary level, but a figure in the order of £2.5 million towards primary education is being sought.
I haven't got my calculator in front of me either, really, but on that figure that you're quoting, that gives me a figure of something over 100 primary school children, I guess. Is that right? On the 0.37? And obviously, I can't predict at this juncture where that £2.5 million is going to be spent. We've heard tonight something. But in regard to the secondary education, I mean, there must have been some discussions with those who instruct you and the county on this matter. They're saying no contribution is required. Is the premise there that there are sufficient spaces available for those children? And can you just remind me what the ratio was there as well?
The ratio is 0.15. I'm speaking from memory, so but it's there or thereabouts. So 0.15 of 425. And my understanding is, again, on the response back from the Education Authority and also that of council officers, is that there is sufficient spare capacity within the secondary school network within the town.
I don't want to interrupt unduly, but the amount requested for education and how that's to be dealt with is a matter for the Education Authority. It's not determined by the applicant. The applicant asks the Education Authority, and the Education Authority negotiates what it thinks it wants with the applicant through the development proposal process. And I'm not clear what merit there is in pursuing the question of how many children and where they get taught with the applicant, because it's not anything he can control or influence.
Well, I think those of us who care about the education provision in Basingstoke...
Sorry, I object. I'm sorry, Councillor. Please switch your microphone off. Object to the implication that anybody here does not care about the education of children in Basingstoke. And well, you said anyone who cares about the education of children in Basingstoke would, etc. But this is not a discussion about education policy. It's a discussion about a planning application. If there are questions about how the Education Authority handles planning applications, they are properly directed to the Education Authority. The point I'm making is not that we are not interested in education. It's a matter of vital importance to all of us, particularly those of us with increasing numbers of grandchildren, that they have to walk to distant schools through the rough traffic that occurs around schools these days. The point is, this is not a matter that I believe is relevant to discuss with the applicant, who has no control over the Education Authority's decisions about what to do about the provision of education for new residents on new sites, but simply seeks to get what it wants out of the development in order to fulfill its responsibilities. Now, if you can point out to me exactly what the relevance of the discussion is to the planning application for this at this stage of the process, and what the role of the applicant is in dealing with this matter, other than trying to answer your questions, which are themselves a matter of the Education Authority, we'll continue. But I'm not going to have the applicant questioned at great length about a matter which is not within his purview.
Well, as usual, Chair, you and I would disagree, I think, on this matter, as we do on many. But my point, I think a legitimate one, is that the applicant here would have a good idea, I would have thought, as a commercial organisation, exactly what type of development they were intending, what type of units. This may be an outline, but they certainly are not doing this entirely speculatively. And by definition, those units will, in their mind, calculate a number of children who will require education. QED follows that if they're then going to enter into a 106 agreement with us and with the County Council in regard to these matters, we need to know what type of figures are being talked about. It's not unreasonable. I mean, ironically, historically, I mean, our last application, which I know you've made mention of in an email today, we had detailed information available to us about the sort of spread of primary and secondary children that would be generated. And you weren't present, of course, Chair, but it featured highly in our discussions at that previous committee as to whether the infrastructure of that area could actually absorb the children who are going to be created by this development. Now, if that isn't relevant for a planning committee, I really don't know what is.
It's relevant to the discussion of the members in the planning committee. The question that I'm addressing is whether it's relevant to expect the applicant's representative to give evidence to the committee about their proposals for the education of children, or how many children they expect to be on the site. Let me ask a question of the applicant's representative. Did the proportions you quoted, are they calculated by you or your client or by some independent source, or are they the figures used by the education authorities?
They're the figures used by the Education Authority.
Frankly, Councillor Potter, I rest my case.
Let me come back. I don't think you do. I mean, certainly we have used those calculations. As long as they're bona fide calculations, I don't care where they come from, but it is relevant, it seems to me, for that calculation to be made. I was doing no more than that, and we had a figure from the applicant's representative about what that would generate in primary school terms. Some provision has to be made for that, and we've heard what the local parish council have said about that. In regard to the secondary places, it appeared to me no more than the county council saying there isn't to worry with that, we don't need any contribution from you because we have spare capacity. Where that is, I've no idea, quite frankly, and especially in a remote site like this.
Those are matters for discussion by the committee. Do you have any other questions? I had Councillor Miller.
Thanks, Chair. I've got several questions. I've been going through this and to see whether they're applicable to the applicant or the officer. I think more appropriate to the officer. But I do have one question. It's about environmental health. We've been talking about air products. I'm fully aware of the air products issue. There's another issue with this site. Are the helicopters? I say helicopters, I don't say where they're coming from, but it's the use of the Bramley training area. Helicopters have been using the Bramley training area, which in fact, if you want to project it up, the entry that the helicopters use into the Bramley training area go over the Cuffle Farm site directly. And I've heard nothing about the noise generated by the helos. Now the helos come from 4 different helicopters sites in the south of England. The Chinooks that everybody knows very well, with the particular rotor blade slap that they produce, that fleet is being expanded by a...
Sorry, Councillor Miller, this is questions to the applicant, not
Right.
a learned dissertation.
No, it's not a learned dissertation, Chair. I'm trying to describe the impact, how it's being generated, and how it will, how it will persist.
Sorry, don't talk while I'm talking. That's a matter for discussion by the committee. It's not a matter that the applicant can answer, except you can ask him whether or not he's taken account of helicopter noise, but we don't have to have a discussion at this stage about the nature of helicopter noise or the places it comes from. We're all very well aware of that. Let's ask questions of the applicant which are germane to his application, and one of them could be, what if any arrangements or considerations have been given to helicopter noise? Perfectly good question to ask. What I'm just concerned about is that how long it takes to ask it.
Without the background, I don't think, I think it needs to be put, the scenarios about what generates the noise. My question then is, have you considered the noise generated by the helicopters entering the Bramley training area, which come very close to the southern boundary or the northern boundary of this particular site, and the fact that it will be going on and continuing for the foreseeable future?
Good evening, Councillor Miller. Obviously the applicant, Crowdace Homes, built out the Taylor's Farm, Sherfield Park, and again, you know, when that site was being promoted, discussed, prior to residents occupying that site, Bramley Camp was still there, and the helicopters were obviously present then as well. So obviously in terms of preparing this application in consideration of this site, awareness was known of the helicopter noise. It was something that was raised a noise survey was done in terms of in support of the application. The question was posed to environmental health officers by, I think, believe yourselves as well, actually, in terms of the pre-app discussions that we were having. And I think the view that came back from environmental health officers at the time was such that the intermittent nature of the helicopter noise was such that it wasn't it was obviously present, but whether or not one could actually physically measure it because of the intermittent nature of the helicopter noise, helicopter operations, it wasn't potentially quantifiable.
Councillor Harvey, did anybody else want to ask questions? Will I come back to Councillor Harvey? Councillor Harvey.
Just to pick up on that, if the helicopters have a particular flight path over the site, which they obviously do in the context, have you consulted the Defence Infrastructure Organisation and the RAF as statutory consultees of their flight paths over your site? They have a duty and obligation to be consulted. If you've done that, did that reflect in your noise? If you didn't, then why didn't you?
The obligation regarding consultation rests with the local planning authority in terms of consulting with the planning application. We obviously have our pre-app discussions and particular things, in particular the helicopter noise, as I say, was raised by, may well even been Councillor Miller, during those pre-app discussions. Subsequent discussions were then held with environmental health, who form part of the Borough Council, and they directed us in a particular direction regarding our position.
Any more questions to the applicant? Thank you very much, sir. We then have ward councillors, visiting ward councillors, in any order you choose. I'm advised that in the strangeness of our constitution you have 8 minutes each. I hope you will try to keep well within that.
Thank you, Chairman. And please don't shout at me as I should burst out crying. I'm delicate tonight. Anyway, good evening, members. Most of what I was going to say has been raised tonight, but I'm going to go through it anyway. The site is an isolated site, which is outside of the settlement policy boundary. This site also has a lot of similarities to Kennel Farm, which this committee refused on an isolated nature. For example, this development, Razors Farm, is on a ridge and will be visible to open countryside. It will impact upon the preserved sink, woodland and biodiversity. Its isolated nature will not afford good transport and public access. Reading through the report, I feel there is a distinct pattern which follows from officers who have issues with this development. So, for instance, the Conservation Officer requested detailed changes to the design which would be needed. The Biodiversity Officer, I believe, still objects, even after amendments. Members, I also believe a sink, in my view, is sacrament, a solemn pledge. Landscape, well, I'll bypass the landscape officer. Parks and open spaces, I know that's been mentioned. And with the revised green space standards, it appears that this site will not meet the requirements. And allotments, well, they don't look likely either. We are all aware that many parts of our borough suffer from lack of necessary infrastructure required to guarantee a reasonable quality of life to its residents. In my own ward of Chinham, this deficit is particularly serious. The main roads in and out of the ward are frequently clogged, solid with traffic, trying to get to and from work. Schools are in the main full to capacity. I am not satisfied that sufficient attention has been given to the strain that an additional 425 dwellings would place on our existing road network, and the County Council has yet to indicate what measures it would need to put in place to provide the necessary schooling that would be required. May I also bring your attention to the submission by Thames Water to the public consultation on the draft LDF. The comments they submitted on behalf of Razors Farm were as follows, and I quote, "We have concerns regarding wastewater services in relation to this site. Specifically, the sewage network capacity in this area is unlikely to be able to support the demand anticipated from this development. drainage infrastructure is likely to be required to ensure sufficient capacity is brought forward ahead of the development. In the first instance, a drainage strategy would be required from the developer to determine the exact impact on our infrastructure and the significance of the infrastructure to support the development. It should be noted that in the event of an upgrade to our assets being required, up to 3 years lead in time will be potentially necessary for the delivery of the infrastructure. Alternatively, the developer may wish to requisition the infrastructure to deliver it sooner. We are also likely to request a Grampian planning condition to ensure the infrastructure is in place ahead of occupation of the development, unquote. I think that's a really important piece of information. Members, we talked about the traffic, the heavy traffic going through Chinham. Imminently, a access road will be opened from Taylor's Farm through to Cufford Lane, and the traffic from the A33 is going to come through there, and also traffic, if this development is to go ahead, is going to come through from Razor's Farm, through Taylor's Farm development, out onto the A33. The roads there are narrow, there's cars parked either side, it's going to be a complete nightmare. So members, over 390 letters of objection have been received, a petition reaching the same numbers, and 3 parish councils are all objecting to this site being developed, and for good sound reasons that you have heard tonight. So members, I ask this of you when you're making your decision, or would you consider this? Please put the mantra of "we don't have a 5-year land supply" out of your minds, and take into consideration the travesty this development will inflict on local residents, the wider communities and the business park if this application were to be granted. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Don't go away. Members may have questions to ask. Do members have questions to ask? I was going to ask a question because on the points you read out about Thames Water, according to the report, after further discussion and proposals or something that went on in the further thing after further things have been received, I'm sorry about the language, I'm not being very good at technicals this evening. Thames Water then write, no objection, having reviewed the impact study, blah, 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 in more detail. Thames Water are happy to remove the condition imposed on the development, providing the recommendations are completed. Were you aware of that?
Clearly not. Maybe that could be debated between you this evening.
Well, something to debate with Thames Water. I just wondered whether you'd had any interaction with Thames Water that might have elucidated us on that. Thank you. Okay. Questions? Right. I thought there weren't any. David.
I mean, it's on the same issue, I think, Councillor Still. I mean, presumably I know, as many of us, you've gone through the consultations that have been submitted in respect to the local plan and spent some time on that. I mean, certainly my understanding from that is that Thames Water have expressed severe constraints and concerns about the whole provision of A, water supply, and B, sewage disposal throughout the whole of the borough. And I think, in fact, are saying there should be, I don't think they say no development, but they say no houses occupied until this infrastructure has been provided. I mean, is your reading of their consultation in respect to the local plan, which may be more current than this, the same as mine?
Yes, it is, Councillor, indeed.
Anyone else? Yes, Sven?
Thank you, Chair. Am I right? I think I'm right in believing that the quotations you made from Thames Water are those which are in the folders which have been provided by the council for anybody who wishes to look at them in the reception area, and that what you quote there was in that folder last week. And I would have thought that if Thames Water had decided to in any way alter or add to their public consultation, that should have been in the folder as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I totally agree with you, and I was hoping that you would have brought that up in debate, maybe. And but thank you for asking the question, and that's how I see it.
Thank you very much. And another ward councillor hiding somewhere? Oh, there he is. Councillor Beerman. And I beg his pardon, because that's the normal place for visiting ward councillors to sit. I was used to sit there. So you weren't hiding at all.
No, I was being obedient as ever, Chairman.
And you do have 8 minutes.
Right, yes, I see it's ticking away already, so I better crash on. And I trust that everybody being diligent as they are, I've already read the comments that are reported in the report that I submitted, and so I'll try not to repeat them, although some things do need to be emphasised. And start by saying that I'm totally flabbergasted by the process. Now, Mr. Edwards sort of said that they were looking for an end date, but I do think it's a bit peculiar to have a consultation progress on major amendments and then halfway through that process to say we've gone to appeal before everybody's had a chance to put their sixpennyworth in. So I think that's, apart from anything else, a little antisocial, but it is a peculiar way of handling things. The fact that we've got a political dilemma probably isn't on specific to this application. It's just, though it is a background thing, but that's for us to no doubt sort out. What I want to make clear is that this is an appeal on non-determination and isn't quite the same as one for refusal, as the officers have said. It's a rather peculiar position to be in, and I'm not sure that everybody knows how to handle it. But it's certainly premature in everybody's view who has been consulted and been involved in my part of the world. And I would remind you, as it says on page 37 in discussing prematurity, and under the guidelines put to us, prematurity is an argument if it can be justifiably refused if the proposed development is so substantial or where the cumulative effect would be so significant so to do. And I submit that this is a case where that applies, and therefore it's perfectly in order to refuse. And as previous speakers have said, we don't want the tail wagging the dog, i.e. do we have a sufficient 5-year housing land supply, or do we want to do good planning? If we want to do good planning, we should look at this site as an application, forget the periphery stuff, and then decide whether it is a good application. And if it has planning merit, then it shouldn't be refused. But I have had a bit to do with planning, and I spent 10 years or more in my early years on the planning committee, Development Control Committee, Planning Committee as it was. I have never in all that time seen so many officer objections on a report that was then ongoing for approval. It's always been a question, if there have been a lot of officer objections, it's then been recommended for refusal. In this case, we have, for instance, we start on page 17, if I may quickly refer to that. We start on page 17 with 3 bullet points about how this doesn't meet the various criteria. We then go down on trees, where it says there is concern and the layout is unsustainable. We go to parks and open spaces, we have objection. We go to urban design, and though it's acceptable in principle, we have a load of howevers. We have conservation recommend for refusal. We have biodiversity recommended for refusal. We have transport marginally sustainable. Is that the way we want to go? Thames Water. Now they, I have to say, are slippery customers because they give all sorts of reasons why you can't do something, and then I think they come under pressure, and then they slowly say, oh well, really, if you must, it can probably be accommodated. But for years the Chinham Sewerage Works has been an issue and been condemned by the Environment Agency and who knows else, and yet we still build houses. Of course, that's a general problem we have, but the point is, everywhere through this report we have objections from professionals that then seem to be somehow miraculously mitigated or lessened in terms of the intensity. And why? Well, I think there are 2 reasons. There are certain people who are pressuring for this thing to go ahead because they have local authority interests here, who have an interest in selling off land, which is not specific to this site, but possibly one that's next to it, and want to get their land sales in, and that has certainly intruded on our local plan process. And then there is this ongoing threat of, well, if you don't accept it, it'll be imposed anyway. Well, if the arguments are sufficiently sound for it not to go ahead anyway, then we should be saying no. And there are enough suggestions. I mean, we shouldn't just be dumping houses here because we need to make up the numbers. And I'll give you some issues that need to be considered. The rail bridge, it's going to be next to, that is next to where we have what is called a secondary access, which I and locals, and you can say where are your statistics, nobody can predict for sure, but we think it's going to be at least equal to what is considered the primary access, goes over a railway bridge that was only ever first constructed as an emergency exit to the business park and was going to have a gate on it. And now here we are making it a principal traffic route. What is more, there is some doubt about the land ownership, the plot of land below. In fact, with some research that we have managed to do in the last few days, I don't know whether colleague Tomlin has a map, but great stuff, Councillor Miller does, which shows that there is a finger of land that projects across where the current exit, secondary exit, is shown to pass, and that is in private ownership. We can't even negotiate there with the county council. It's in private ownership with somebody in Singapore. Has that been considered? Just a slight hiccup, but we also have the fact that that site is not yet developed. Now, whilst we have to look at what is in existence and what is in process, and we don't have a current application on there, previous applications have suggested in the order of 800 vehicles, and whilst, as I say, it's not there, there is an obligation. There's a term that the County Highways Officer gave me, and I'm a bit reluctant to hold things up whilst I find the statement, because I've lost it now and I can't read my own writing. So I'll press on briefly. It's suggested, for instance, coming to the business park and the difficulties with their products. Whilst it's true to say that the area of difficulty is in the bottom corner, what the Air Products representative, I believe, failed to emphasise is that the rings that were referred to relate to where the particular activity takes place on the site at present. If therefore the site is, oh dear me.
You have 1 minute left.
Yes, so I know. If the site is too restricted, it will mean that, or if the houses take place, it means that the applicant can't move his activities round in the site. So they couldn't put the activity that is causing the rings to exist further up in the site. And that's restricting them. It's restricting them and other businesses in the business park from progressing in the way that they would wish. And this is a business park, I remind members, is much favoured by the LEP. They want to see good business parks develop. This is one of their best. And why should we be putting a restriction on it because of housing? It was previously determined to be a suitable location for extra employment land. I'll just quickly touch on the schools in my closing remark. There is to be a meeting on Friday to discuss expansion of the 4-lane schools to 4 forms of entry. Enthused by none of the governors that I'm aware of, certainly not at the infant school, considered nonsense by the county normally, and just under this circumstance, in this case, they're being forced and having their arms twisted to make it 4 forms of entry if that's the case, because the other alternative, as has been said before, to have the school outside its own catchment area, which is a nonsense.
You almost made it. Questions to the councillor? Councillor Leeks.
Probably going to be loved by everybody who's asking you this. So what was the question or the answer that the highways gave you? You were looking for?
Well, they didn't give me the answer that I was looking for. I have never seen, again, such a condemnatory initial report, and then, by means that I am still to understand, a thing that was unacceptable, which was principally the thing that they were initially terribly concerned about, was the traffic going through Taylor's Farm. The report here suggests that people won't go through Taylor's Farm because it's too tortuous a route. Now, if anybody knows Old Basing, which if anybody wants to try a tortuous route, that's one. But does it put people off? I think Councillor Goodison might have a view on that. But certainly well, Taylor's Farm is just the same sort of thing. If anybody kids themselves that people won't go either the shortest route or the route that misses primary junctions like the Thornhill Way traffic lights and the Binfields roundabout, they're kidding themselves. Because I certainly would, and I don't know anybody who wouldn't seek to miss those two roundabouts, because they're going to get a bit worse. And in the report, it suggests this is how the county have dealt with it in consultation with the applicants, and it was the applicants who, after all, wanted to look at what the county said, because the county was objecting in the first place, and the whole thing was therefore prolonged. They say, oh, well, we can tweak the Thornhill traffic lights. That's what it says in the report. We can alter the timing. What a grand solution. And if timing isn't right, people, if the timing isn't right, why hasn't it been done now anyway? Because there's already problems. So if it's as easy as that, for heaven's sake, get on with it and forget Razor's Farm, whether it's there or not. And
Sorry, can we just not go too long in answering the same question?
Well, I mean, I think that sort of is the type of answer that's being given, together with the suggestion that we should have 4 lanes on the Binfields roundabout. 4 lanes. Now, if anybody, certainly if they're on a bike, but even if they're not on a bike, tries to get round the Binfields roundabout with 2 lanes, they'll know that that's quite good fun, because because of 5 exits, not everybody's sure where another person is going, so people are quite often crossing the other people's tracks. And if you go there onto site and look at the central the roundabout, the grass in the middle, you have a look at how many tyre tracks there are in there, because people haven't got it quite right. So I think that they've dabbled with it. But the big thing that, as I said at the start, which does need to be completed, I'm sorry, Councillor Lee, the question.
That's Councillor Leaks.
I know. I appreciate that my dryness of mouth.
Councillor Rath's not here to have that problem.
The traffic, there's going to be a problem on the Taylor's Farm roundabout, which has been declared as okay and is already bad enough. This will make it worse, and to suggest, as I say, that the numbers will be 1 vehicle extra every 2 minutes just defies belief. And it's certainly not a suitable route. Without getting too complicated, local ward members want to see a bypass, which was promised in the first place. And if I may just put that, this is another example of things that were expected up front, that then when the...
sorry, that's not germane. Come on, we must stick to the answer of the question and this application, not what didn't happen because of something that wasn't promised last time.
Okay.
Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Chair. Martin, can I ask you, you've mentioned Air Products, you talked about the issues that you see them. Can I just push you in terms of the MPPF talks about the economic importance and how we've got to weigh that up in terms of the company's effect, the consequences of the development on them. Would you just, from a ward perspective, give me a view that I can hear in relation to that, please?
Well, the council leader has made it clear we want economic expansion, so we've got to provide the opportunities for it. The LEP wants economic expansion. The thing that's been made quite clear to ward members is that they want the right environment for the Chinham and Hampshire business parks, both in terms of safety and traffic. There's already threats from businesses in the Chinham part of the business park to leave the area because of the congestion at the Red Army roundabout. Now, that might be ameliorated to a certain extent, but that has still to be proven. The point is, the environment's got to be right. And if you say to businesses, here's a lovely business park, go and do your thing there, and it's just the thing for you, as we seem to be doing to Air Products, and I think there's a case of justice here. We're here to protect residents, but businesses are important to us. Established businesses are important, and we say, go along, there's a good business park, you've got the space you want, and it's suitable for your activity. They go there, they make a great investment, and then we put in other developments that they had no reason to expect when they first went there, that are going to impair both their daily activities, and bear in mind they are a 24-hour activity, that's going to impair their activities in their existing form and constrain the possibilities of what they might do in the future, we are giving businesses a raw deal. And they are going to say, well, you can't rely on Basingstoke and Dean because they are setting an economic environment. When it suits them to do something else, they'll just say, well, tough luck, and there are higher goals to meet. And so, and Air Products, though it wasn't mentioned here, have certainly to ward members said they are also concerned about their vehicles and the mixture of their heavy vehicles, because I can tell you, and I didn't mention, that wasn't mentioned before, the clanking of these bottles, if anybody's been on a site with air bottles and the like, they can be heard in the Chinham residential area. Now you look at bottom left-hand corner of that site, and then look across the railway line, the distance that is, and people can hear the clanking of the bottles, depending on the wind direction, that distance. What do you think it's going to be like for the people actually in the development?
Thank you, Chair. My second question relates to the issue that's been raised of facilities. From a ward member's perspective, one of the key arguments I think is around community cohesion, and I want to understand this. In terms of community cohesion, what issues do you see in a lack of facilities? And I mean community provision as much as the schools, because we've not talked about other community aspects of this, in relation to Chinham and what you would be expected to take and cope with in the context of allowing this development.
Well, the community cohesion is twofold as I see it. One is social and one is transport infrastructure. The social cohesion, how can I put it? Chinham and Popley, residential areas, are quite close together physically, but they have a railway track in between. And that railway track could be half a mile of open space in terms of the link between the two communities. It just severs a community. The A33 is already something of a severance, but a railway track is even more of a severance. So if you look at that site there, it's got the railway track down one side, so whatever anybody else says, it is not going to socially link readily with either Chinham or Taylor's Farm. It's not going to socially link to the business parks below, and the fields are very nice around them, but they are isolated. It is a truly massively isolated site, as much as if it were another 2 miles up the road. And no shop. Now, interestingly, the report suggests there may be a shop some century in Taylor's Farm, but so far Taylor's Farm hasn't been able to generate the will to have a shop. So why should it be that much different now? Because the people will get in their cars to go to the shop because of the distance, and then once they're in the car, they'll say, well, we can buy a lot more from Marks and Spencer, Tesco, Iceland and all the rest than a little corner shop in Chinham or Taylor's Farm. So once people have got in their cars, they will continue to drive. Let me emphasise, the report does recognise that cycling and walking through the business park is no fun. It certainly isn't. I'm not sure how far the few bob that are going to be put into that will go, but that's unsatisfactory. And the suggestion that there are shared cycle and footways in Chinham, that I can't think of a single one. There is a green route, if you like, Cufford Lane, but there are no footways, which is what the report says, that are formally shared. Yes, there might be some that cyclists go down, but they shouldn't. And Councillor Hood would get very cross with them because he's told me about his views there before. So.
Yes, I'm going to call on Councillor Goddison just to pick up one point for general purposes, but because Councillor Beerman has raised it. Whenever we read a report, if we identify in that report explicit errors of description or fact, we really must write in formally, and I do this as a ward member all the time, when I see a report, write in and directly counter the error that you've seen in the report. It's not acceptable. The reports come here and people then tell us the report's wrong. That should be raised with officers. It's helpful to us now if somebody points out an error in a report. I'm not complaining about that. There's just advice to members. Please do take up errors in the report before they get to committee, because that will strengthen your position in committee, rather than us having to debate in committee whether that was right or wrong, because then officers have had the chance to read it and had the chance to correct it. So I would urge all members, if you find errors of fact or description in a report, challenge them in writing before it goes to committee. if you wouldn't mind. Councillor Collison.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Councillor Beerman. You indicated in your submission that you have concerns that if this development were to go ahead, then the traffic flow passing by and through this development might equate to that which passes on occasions through Basing. As my question to you is, are you aware that between the hours of 7:30 in the morning and 9 o'clock, vehicles enter Hatch Lane from the A30 in order to pass through Basing at a rate of 1 every 7 seconds? And do you feel that this is the sort of difficulty which might be experienced with this development? Thank you.
My answer to that, Chair, is very simple. Yes. I mean, I can't say more than that is a tremendously good example. I would like to just respond to what the Chair said.
You just said you can't say more.
No, I'd like to respond to your comments, Chair. I just want to make it clear that I didn't think that the issue of whether there's cycling on pavements was sufficient to write in. I did write quite a big response. At least I didn't save all my remarks for tonight. I did submit my views on the application earlier, so I hope you'll give me a brownie point for that at least. And the issue of the land in the corner of the Aurora site was only really in detail known to us 2 days ago. I mean, we really didn't have time to make that more widely known.
I've no doubt we'll pick up on both of those issues in discussion. I wasn't in any sense criticising you for not writing in. It's just a matter of urging members to do that. And by the way, for members of the public who notice errors in reports, write in with those and copy them to your ward member so that they are formally known about, because that's very helpful to officers and to members when it comes to consideration of applications. Thank you very much, Martin. Anybody else? Was there anybody else? No? Thank you very much, Martin. Obviously a bravura performance. Councillor Moore? I was going to suggest that how long that's taken, that we might take a very short break before we get on to the members and council and committee part of the business this evening. And I will then, board members can speak before we question officers if they wish, or they can speak when we've questioned officers. I don't feel very strongly about that, unless ward members are going to speak and then exclude themselves. But I'm sure you'd have done that before now anyway. So if, with your agreement, we will take a 5-minute break and reassemble here just after 5 to 9. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue for the benefit of members of the public who are here and visitors. What happens now is that members get the opportunity to ask questions of the officers about their report and their conclusions they're drawing from it. And members who are ward members affected directly by the proposal get the opportunity to speak to the committee before the rest of the members of the committee get the opportunity to speak and debate the matter and then come to their conclusions. Why are you waving at me? Because you want to speak, or just because you want to change something?
No, Chairman. 2 of the ward councillors have already spoken. I happen to be a ward councillor sitting on the committee.
No. I think you heard that. Yep. Right. Okay. Well, we'll move on to questions to officers, and no doubt both of you will remind me that you're going to speak to us first before the debate is opened to everybody else. So, questions to officers. Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Chair. What I'm doing is going through some of the consultations to the statutory bodies, bearing in mind that I'm trying to get to the end of it after the final submissions came through in September, if it's included. And this is where my questions come from. We heard from the applicant about the Scottish and Energy power line running through the site. And on page 23 of 81, we see in the unnumbered 1, 2, 3, third paragraph down on that page, that it is Scottish and Southern Energy's view to ensure that the proposals are deliverable, and we heard mention of going underground, you may consider it best to impose a requirement on the developer to agree contractual arrangements with Southern Electric Power for any modification prior to permission being granted. Could I ask the question, has that contractual arrangement been completed?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
So Scottish and Southern Energy's comment here is that planning permission should not be granted until that takes place. That's how I read it. Okay, I'll move on to the next one. Oh, sorry? Yeah.
Sorry, Chair, it's just in terms of it says to ensure that the proposal is deliverable, you may consider, i.e. the council may consider it best to impose a requirement on the developer to agree contractual arrangements. It doesn't say effectively that you should refuse it otherwise. It just says you may consider. I appreciate it's a language issue, but I do think it's right to raise the point that that's what's been said in the consultation response.
Thank you, Mike. I just wanted to determine whether the contractual arrangements have been concluded or not, because that's the only reference from Scottish and Southern Energy. It's not included later on. The next one is on page, excuse me, I'm just going to flip back.
Sorry to interrupt, Paul. Can officers just make a note, please, that we need to get back to that when we consider conditions?
Also, I think it's conservation, the last, or the one and only entry in conservation is on page 21 of 81. Substantial harm of setting the designated heritage assets. We've heard from the applicant that there remains, that sufficient land has been put around, and I assume it's the listed building, the farmhouse. There's sufficient land has been put around to mitigate it, and these issues should be proven, which should not be left to reserved matters. Are we satisfied of a verbal response from the applicant on that?
Sorry, I think if I understand the question correctly, I'm just seeking clarification. The applicant has submitted information with this at the outline stage to say these are various options as to how the listed building could be handled in terms of allowing a certain amount of space around the listed buildings, i.e. to provide the opportunity for a viable use at the reserve matters or later stage. The conservation officer, I think, has taken the view that he'd rather have that information up front at this outline application stage. We obviously have to balance all of the issues that we, in terms of receipt and of consultation responses, and in the case officer view, there is sufficient information with the application as it stands to approve the outline planning permission at this time. So effectively, we disagree with what the conservation officer has requested on this occasion.
Is there not worth, for the members' benefit, to understand this completely, that note should have been included under conservation? It wouldn't have got a question then.
Yes, we can note that.
And I think the other one was water comments on page 19 of 81. We've heard an eloquent explanation from one of the other ward members, Councillor Still, this evening about water. We've got Thames Water. I'll leave Thames Water aside for a moment. But for the supply of water, all we've got is, with regard to water supply, this comes within the area covered by South East Water Company. What is that meant to mean? I know it does physically because I pay him money, but it doesn't bring anything to this application at all.
I think it's just Thames Water pointing out that in this location it's not their responsibility. South East Water haven't responded to any consultations we've sent to them.
As a comment, Chair, I'd like to say that this is not the first time that South East Water haven't responded to various applications, consultations or whatever. I consider that fairly significant because it's a national issue at the moment. It's in the public domain on many occasions in many circumstances, and I find that, as, from my perspective, as a serious omission. That's my questions at the moment. Thank you very much.
Just ask a question to just elucidate that before we go further. Is it the case that if somebody like South East Water don't respond on water supply, it's taken as they will fulfil their duty to supply water and they don't have a problem because otherwise they'd have supplied? Is that the assumption that would be made by us or by an inspectorate appeal?
Yes, it is, and I think if there was serious concerns, South East Water would put forward reasons for refusal, and a lot of the statutory consultees, environment agencies, so on and so forth, will often include in their comments, if they are recommending a rejection of a proposal, that they will also effectively assist the local authority at inquiry.
Right. And also just to check that we don't have any powers to compel a response from these consultees. Right, thank you.
No, Chair, we don't.
Councillor Tucker next, and then Councillor Baum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page 20, under Health and Safety Executive, it's a very difficult sentence to read when one word is obviously a typo, but it says this planning application lies out with, well, one wonders what that means, the consultation area for air products, Crockford Lane, Basingstoke, and therefore consultation with HSE is not needed. Now, we've been told it does come in that site, but then on page 23, if you connect it, Health and Safety Executive, no additional comments. Well, if you haven't consulted them, you wouldn't have had any comments. And now it's sorry, I'm in Wonderland, I think.
If I can just explain, when we have an initial set of consultees that, and we carry on consultation when the application first comes in. When we have new or additional information that comes in, that consult process is done again, irrespective of the comments that have come back, and it will go to every single consultee again. We don't pick and choose which ones. So that's why the HSE later on and saying no further comments to add. And some consultees won't come back, for example, on the additional highway information that came in September. If it's not relevant to their field of expertise, for example, then we won't get any comments back.
Sorry, just want to understand, when it says, and therefore consultation with HSE is not needed, does that mean that you have actually consulted with them, but it's not necessary?
The way it works with the HSE, we consult them. If it falls outside a zone, their comment back will be, you needn't have consulted us. We don't have the plans for all of these areas where they store hazardous substances.
Right, so the answer is that actually, from what we've heard tonight, it does come within that area. So they're wrong. Somebody's wrong somewhere.
Well, what we don't seem to know is what rules HSC follows, and would the outer ring be regarded by them as an area that they require consulting on? We don't know the answer to that, do we? Unless that's what they've told us. Do we know? We'd have to look up. No, we don't know. A conundrum. Councillor Bound and then Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, I'm sorry, this goes back to the very beginning when you had your discourse with the officers about this process. It's a question I should have asked. We've got in front of us a very comprehensive report. If the report could have been brought forward to this, well, has been brought forward to this meeting, but the decision that we're making is, well, it's not irrelevant, but it's going to be, it's not as relevant as it would have been had we really been deciding. Why was it not? Would it have been brought forward to this meeting so that we could have made the decision? Because it's a fairly comprehensive report.
Chair, I think just to be absolutely clear, so the appeal on non-determination in essence hasn't prejudiced the council's position in this situation. If the committee decides to refuse the application, or would have refused the application had it been in a position to determine, the council will still take forward those same reasons for refusal to the appeal and the inquiry in exactly the same way as if the application had been determined by the committee and reasons for refusal put forward. So the outcome of the inquiry is the same either way. I think in relation to, I suppose, the issue of why it couldn't have been brought forward sooner, it is because we were undertaking the discussions with the applicant to try and find solutions to some of these issues which have been raised, which, as I say, we are charged to by the MPPF. And until the point of appealing on non-determination, the applicant had been willing to extend that period of time, which is fairly commonplace for these types of applications of this scale. So there's nothing unusual, if you like, in terms of what has happened on this application.
In other words, had he not taken it to appeal on the basis of non-determination, it would have come before us and we would have decided it. And if we'd refused it, they would have appealed, no doubt. But they took it out of our hands and we couldn't do anything about that.
I understand that, Chair, but what I'm saying is, would it have come? Is it likely that it would have come forward at this meeting?
Well, it may have done, but I don't think there's any way of saying it definitely would have been this date or next week or the week previous. I don't think it's necessarily that relevant to the debate.
Well, could have been last week or next month, depending on how quickly the remaining matters were resolved.
The fact is, it is here now. We have got this report.
Well, the timing of this report is to do with the fact that officers need the views of this committee on record in order to determine their position that they're going to take at appeal. And the later we do that, the shorter the time they've got available to make their preparations for the appeal, which is a major process in itself. So that's the time. Why we're seeing it now rather than perhaps next month is because we've got to get on with it.
So the applicant could have waited maybe just a little bit longer, and we would be...
Indeed, but that's not germane. Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I quote directly from the update sheet? And I do it only for the record, obviously, and those who haven't got it in front of them. But it's about air products. I've got a couple of questions I just want to come back to on that, really. In the update sheet, we're advised that following the submission of an amended noise survey, this is page 2 of 4, sorry, those who have got it in front of them, I beg your pardon, page 2 of 4, at the top, Chairman, sorry, I beg your pardon again, but going back to my quote, that that following the submission of an amended noise survey, the residential area in the southwest corner of the site would require acoustic fencing, but that this was localized in this location. I mean, the inference of that, I think, is that only those residential properties in that southwest corner would need screening from the noise. With respect, I think we've heard pretty good anecdotal evidence from others that when these canisters and the like are clanging around, it isn't just the very close vicinity and not even that little triangle that would suffer from it. It could be a much more significant noise transmission to a much wider area. But is the proposition here, in simple terms, that nobody else on that residential development would be bothered by the noise of air products? Because I find that difficult to understand. So that's my question. But what are we convinced of there in terms of sound prevention processes? It just seems to me it's very limited from what we've heard anecdotally from others.
Basically, in the southwest corner of the site, the noise levels would be unacceptable without the acoustic fence. Elsewhere across the site, as you move further eastwards, the noise level would be at an acceptable level.
Yeah, okay. I'll restrain myself for a minute, if I may, already. The other area in terms of... No doubt. In terms of a point I think that Councillor Tucker was raising, I just wanted to pursue it really. In regard to what we had described tonight as these inner and outer rings, you know, the rings of safety, and we heard from the representative of Air Products that it was, at the moment, a fairly limited incursion into the site that we're looking at tonight. But by definition, would that mean that as a consequence of this residential development being approved, we would seek to restrain by condition Air Products in terms of how they produce their activity on the site? Well, in other words, you know, you stay as you are because we don't want that outer safety ring going any further into Razor's Farm development. I mean, is that a reasonable proposition? Because we'd have to impose a condition, would we not, on Air Products to say, don't move from the production area you've got at the present time?
No, we wouldn't be able to impose such a condition on Air Products.
Can I just check? I mean, could anybody? I mean, if they have good, dare I say, economic, commercial reasons for saying they want to change things around. I mean, I don't know enough about their production to make much observation on that. But if they did, it seems to me who could constrain them in that regard then, adjacent to the residential development?
Putting that another way, if Air Products wanted to, as somebody mentioned earlier, they might, I can't remember who it was, shift a particular part of their operations from this bit of the site to that bit of the site, would that need planning permission? And if that needed planning permission, would it be declined on the grounds of their ring in sight, or would that be an influence on it, or would they be required to take preventive measures to somehow put something in the way of the ring if that's feasible? I mean, would they have to apply for planning permission depending on what they're doing? And would the fact that there are residents next door be material to whatever they wanted to do on the planning permission, which isn't the case now?
Essentially, it would come down to what it is specifically they're planning to do. I mean, if it's moving where they store certain things around on site at the moment, that's unlikely to require planning permission because it's not development. If it's putting up a new building or doing something which is development, then yes, it would require planning permission, and yes, it would have to take into account any of the surrounding uses which are then prevalent. I suppose in the same way that the applicant has submitted a noise survey taking into account the surrounding development to this site, so he's taken into account the existing situation, provided a noise survey, looked at the situation with the in terms of the sort of gas cylinders, etc. The HSC have commented on it based on the current situation. I don't think the future potential changes to that site is something that could reasonably be foreseen or be, if you like, material to the outcome of the actual planning application, because effectively it's an unknown.
I think this is germane. I hope it is, Chairman. You'll tell me as usual it's not. But I mean, in terms of the acceptance levels, I mean, if I can just put it like that for a minute in terms of noise, it seems to me acceptance by other business units in the area of a colleague a fellow business operating in the way they have and have done for some time is one thing. It's a very different tolerance level, I would have thought, to people living in residential units, isn't it? And I don't know how we judge one against the other in terms of, what is acceptable within a business park facility and what would be acceptable to people living in an adjacent residential area. I don't know how those things are measured.
Chair, without going into the technical details, because I wouldn't be able to explain those in terms of what the Environmental Health Officer looks at, but I am aware that they have different standards for the type of use, if you like, that's being proposed. So what they're considering is the noise, are the noise levels, or would the noise levels from the existing situation and the noise survey information that's come in be acceptable to residential development? So it is taking into account the nature of the proposed development to come into that conclusion. As I understand it, the Environmental Health Officer considered a noise survey submitted by the applicant as well as noise information submitted by Air Products in coming to his conclusion. So he has done a thorough assessment of that, but it is based on the sort of national standards, if you like, for what can and may or may not be acceptable in terms of noise. It doesn't mean that other residents wouldn't hear some degree of noise. It's to, if you like, the extent to which they hear that noise and the mitigation that's proposed is to bring it down to that acceptable level.
Changing subjects, if I may, really, just coming back to, I think, a matter I raised with the applicant's representative here tonight in terms of the 11,000 volt overhead lines, which I think he described as fairly low voltage. Well, obviously, I'm not sure about that myself as a layperson. Sounds pretty substantial to me, but I mean, certainly the commentary we have in our own report about this is that development beneath the overhead lines or diversion undergrounding of the overhead lines may not be possible, in which case the development as planned may not be able to proceed. But it then goes on to talk about, the sort of proposals that might be deliverable subject to contract with Scottish and Southern Energy, really. But in regard to where we stand on that, I mean, certainly the constraint that the Scottish and Southern Energy have applied in the first place is that, we want to be absolutely convinced that this is practical and effective in terms of either burying this thing or actually, I don't know, diverting it as far as I'm concerned. But I just want to be assured, if I can, by officer comment and the discussions that have taken place, that this really is a practical solution to what I would have thought was a pretty significant problem. Am I right in saying it is a really serious problem and there is some difficulty resolving it?
It's something that could be controlled by a gramping condition, that basically no development would be allowed on site until whether it be undergrounding or diversion of the power line is secured. We could do that by a condition.
Before we have another question, could somebody like to agree that we move standing orders? Thank you. Agreed? Thank you. David, do you have any other?
I don't have any other at the moment, Chair. If I may, I'll come back if I... Thank you.
Goddison? Anybody else after Sven? Yeah, okay. Councillor Leek and then Councillor Tomlin.
Can I just make a brief comment? Councillor Miller raised the question that there hadn't been a response from South East Water. And while it's certainly true that there's been no response from South East Water specifically on this site, there has been a response from South East Water, and it is in the files down in reception. And sadly I haven't brought it with me, but can I just draw 3 points out of it? Firstly, they say that they supply half the houses in this borough with their water. They then go on to say that their research has indicated, or is indicating, that despite the policy of metering all the households, and despite those other measures being put into place to try and control consumption, it is their view that by 2020 there will be a water deficit at peak times, and they then go on to say that these figures are based on their assumption that we're going to need to build 7,560 homes over a 15-year period. If you divide 7,516 by 15, you reach a figure of 504. And I wasn't aware that we had a housing...
Sorry, there's a question at the end of this, is there?
Well, sorry. I mean, so the question then is, are borough officers aware that there is a submission in the file, in reception, which puts forward these proposals? Thank you. Suggestion.
In reference to the local plan consultation that you're making those comments. So I think the issue here is, and it's similar to the point that has been raised, so I'll just deal with quickly, if I may, Chair, on the Thames Water comments, is that there's comments that are received at the local plan stage in terms of the strategic allocation of sites and where the local plan is going. If you like, the planning application is then the next level down, and the consultees are given the opportunity to respond to, is there something specific within this planning application which is unacceptable, and you would expect those consultees, in receiving the consultation responses on more than one occasion on this planning application because of the amended plans that came in, to respond if they were saying there is a serious issue to be resolved that we would object, and here's the grounds. I think on the situation with Thames Water, South East Water in the first instance, they haven't responded, therefore we don't have any evidence to say that they are objecting to the application or raising any particular concern. Similarly with Thames Water, I understand that they raised concerns at the local plan stage and set out, I think as Councillor Mr Steele picked up, the issue about the need for a drainage strategy. Effectively, the planning application has sifted, if you like, the information down to the next level of detail, provided that drainage strategy, which is why they've now said that they're satisfied with the development. In essence, they were saying without a condition at all, we've actually suggested that the condition should be that the development should only proceed in accordance with that drainage strategy.
Chairman. Bear in mind that the public consultation period only ended on October the 4th, which is only 2 months ago. Is it not reasonable, would it not be reasonable to say that any alteration in their views expressed on October the 4th should be in that file, which is down in the reception, available to everybody to look at?
Well, that's not in the hands of these officers. However, I think the significant question from the perspective of this discussion and this application is whether there's something in that. I mean, that is evidence that the council could use as material if it was defending at an appeal, because it's evidence, it's on file. The fact that it hasn't come in response to this doesn't matter, it's evidence, right? So it's evidence on file, perfectly legitimate. Question is, what weight would it hold at appeal? And if they're saying that in N years, if you build that number of houses, we're going to run out of steam and have peak supply problems, the result at appeal would be that unless that's fixed, at some stage you're going to have to stop building houses. What it won't do is to stop you building houses up to the number in that period that they say they wouldn't be able to support. So while it is material evidence, I think unless somebody extracted something more explicit and material to smaller numbers at particular locations from the water utility, it would not necessarily hold a great weight at appeal, much though you might wish that it would. Yeah, I'm about to be corrected now.
Whilst South East Water haven't responded to our consultations, as part of the submissions from the applicant, they've submitted a copy of a letter from South East Water as part of their utilities assessment. And if I can just say what South East Water have said, they're basically saying that there's a distribution main in Crockford Lane which this site would connect to. South East Water have indicated that off-site reinforcement may be required to serve the proposed development. The letter provided a budget estimate of the works that were proposed, and that further discussions will then be held with South East Water once planning permission was granted. So the developers have had a response from them, but we didn't have a response. But in the response to the developers, South East Water didn't indicate that there was a problem.
Councillor Leeks and Councillor Tomlin.
It's sort of partly to do with the last question. We say that we don't get a reply from, say, South West Water in this case. How do we ensure that they've got our letter in the first place? because I get letters and I don't get letters. And people say, well, I wrote to you, and I say, well, you know, so how do we ensure that there's a way, that there's a mechanism that...
Well, for a start, they go by email. If an email bounces back, we know it bounces back. We have the up-to-date details about the contacts there. Not only did we send emails in this instance, but I also wrote them to the address, and I still have received no response. So I have to assume that my letter got to them.
Yes, I agree, and I just consider it bad manners in the first place not to respond. But you know, the mechanism of making sure that it gets there, I just want to make sure was.
Other statutory consultees, just for information, their systems are set up so they have an automatic email that comes back saying, we've received your consultation, we'll respond within 21 days. So we know that they've got it. And then, but I'm not saying all of them are set up in that way. Unfortunately, South East Water seems to be one that isn't quite as technically advanced.
Lord Tomlin, please.
Thank you, Chair. I've got 3 questions, and I'll start with a simple one first, hopefully. It says in the front page of the recommendation that should we get the legal agreement, or should we have had the legal agreement, you would be asking for a broadband plan. Have you got any indication of any pre-discussion with the applicant about how they are looking at that? Because this area is currently seen as a not spot, or slower than slow, in the Hampshire Broadband Provision Project. It's not actually being addressed. So I'm just interested in how they might have, what I see as a fairly important infrastructure, whether they've given you any indication. Thank you.
No, at the moment it's only in draft stage.
Sorry, so you've seen something or not?
There's a clause in the agreement, but no, I haven't seen any comments back from them.
Thank you. The second one is really a little bit of guidance. It was touched on, I think, by Councillor Bierman. This final, one of the last remaining sites in the business park to be developed, the Orium site, and this conflict on the second access, or the secondary access to this site. It seems that there is some conflict with ownership of land. Now, I'm fully aware you can apply for planning permission on land you don't own, but it comes a point where if we're talking about the principle of design, perhaps we'd need some sort of guidance on whether it really is an accessible access, or whether this would actually have, should it be found, and I guess you haven't had a chance to necessarily look at this, could it prejudice, you know, this application?
I mean, we just have to take the application on the basis of the information submitted with regards to land ownership at that point in time. If there's found to be another party involved, and that's something that the developer would have to negotiate with them. If they can't then implement that access as a result of ownership issues, then they wouldn't be able to implement the permission.
However, the question that arises from that is not normally a material planning consent, because you could make it a condition that no development should contain blah blah blah. However, given that we're told that housing land supply availability is a critical factor in determining this at appeal, or here, in terms of the advantage or the weight of balances, it's quite possible that the failure to have secured access there could prejudice the viability of delivery within the period of 3 years that they're getting planning consent for, in which case it doesn't have a significant material effect on the available land supply. Please comment.
Well, in theory, Chair, I'd agree with you, but I think it would come down to that issue of evidence again, and I don't think there's, I don't think there's evidence before the committee this evening or in the papers to say that is the situation. And as I think Sue said, the application has to be determined on the basis of the information that's been submitted. There's no evidence to counter that, if you like, in terms of there being an issue over ownership as to how it would be implemented. But I do take your point that if there was a problem with implementation, yes, that could in theory affect the weight, if you like, to be attached to the 5-year supply issue.
It's not possible for us to bottom that out tonight, I don't think, because I suspect that nobody had heard much about it until today. I don't know how recently this has been raised, or whether it's been raised previously with officers. Has it been raised previously with officers?
No, Chair, because as Councillor Tomlin mentioned earlier, we only discovered this at the beginning of this week. The parish council actually expended all of £3 to go to the land registry, and that's where we found it.
Thank God my parish council isn't so lavish with its expenditures. I appreciate that, given that this is not evidence that is formally available to us, it's information we've been told tonight. Can I just ask whether, if this committee were to be minded to determine that it would have refused the application, this is a very long-winded way of saying it, would this, if investigated and proved true, be a material consideration at appeal, unless the applicant had by then overcome the problem and was able to demonstrate so? My second question is, would it be, given again the materiality of availability of land and the housing numbers, is there any reason why it shouldn't be conditioned as a requirement that or not conditions as a requirement, but that the appellant be put on notice that the council will question this at appeal, so that the appellant then has to appear before the inquiry explaining that he has sorted this out, or he hasn't, and why not? Because if it is material, the inspector should take it into account if that evidence has been before him.
Chair, if I can answer the last question first, I think that there would be a mechanism whereby we could alert the inspector to that issue. On the first question, I think there's probably several steps that you'd need to satisfy yourselves as the committee that are likely to happen. One is that the land ownership in dispute isn't within the applicant's control, as the first point. The second point would then be, I suppose, the likelihood that the applicant wouldn't be able to obtain that control in a relatively a reasonable period of time, which would then lead you to the conclusion that the contribution to the 5-year supply is in some way significantly prejudiced. So it's this sort of step phase. So I think it would be better if it was something that we raised with the inspector if refusal was taken forward.
Just my last question then. Yeah, thank you. This one really is, I think, perhaps introducing our highways officer, chance to talk to us. We've had it explained to us, but basically there were 3 very, very serious reasons for rejection given by the county council or the highways department. That the development was being unable to make use of sustainable transport opportunities, significant movements generated of the traffic could not be accommodated adequately in the existing transport network, and proposed accesses are insufficient to accommodate the development safely. It's not really explained how they or what the county have satisfied themselves, whether you could do that in a shorter time, as I guess the chairman would like. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. The 3 reasons for refusal came from our initial assessment of the transport assessment originally submitted. In our response to Basingstoke initially, which isn't repeated in full, but we identified a number of key issues, many of which have been raised today. So the impact on Taylor's Farm, impact north on Cufford Lane, and quite crucially to us, the impact on the Crockford Lane roundabout, the Red Man roundabout. In addition, we raised other issues about the potential for public transport, walking and cycling links, and some of the accident data and the technical data really that went into the transport assessment. In response to that, and as we've heard today, there's been ongoing dialogue between Hampshire County Council as Highway Authority and the applicant's transport consultant. That resulted in what we've heard was a significant submission of additional information, and what that really comprised was 6 technical notes, if you like, seeking to address each of the points that we raised in our 15-page letter initially. In the County Council's opinion, the additional information that has been submitted has managed to demonstrate that the reasons that we identified initially have been overcome. Principally, to this committee, that results from the developer putting forward what we consider to be a significant improvement at the Crockford Lane roundabout. We've heard about the widening of the circulatory to 3 lanes. There's also increased capacity on each arm going into the junction. Now, the modelling work that we've done and that the applicant supplied and we've vetted shows that that brings significant improvements to that junction, which would otherwise have been adversely impacted by the development. That overcomes that aspect of it. We also heard about the issues of traffic going through through Taylor's farm. I think it was suggested that we'd said the route was tortuous and that traffic wouldn't do it. It was quite the opposite. We suggested that traffic would do it because there's time savings to traffic from going through there. In response to that, the applicant has submitted another technical note which accepts a situation where traffic does seek to route through Taylor's farm, and has prepared an assessment which has looked at all the relevant criteria that an environmental statement would effectively look at, so things like severance and pedestrian amenity and other sort of transport issues. And on the basis of the level of traffic which is proposed to go through Cufford Lane, it's not identified that there would be a significant impact, and our recommendation back to Basingstoke as planning authority is that we don't believe that there would be a defensible reason at appeal on those grounds. There's other aspects which I can go into if members wish, relating to the walking and cycling issues and the public transport proposals, but in summary they're also covered in separate technical notes that were submitted as part of that resubmission that we've heard about earlier, and we are at a point where we believe that the package of mitigation adequately covers the impacts that have been raised from our initial concerns.
Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry I didn't bring this up my last access to the microphone. Page 24 of 81. Local Highway Authority. HCC Highways will provide comments on the updated assessment of the development. When? And is it material to the decision we have to make tonight?
I'll address that, Chairman. The local highway authority is actually the local highways at Basingstoke, so they're our agents, if you like. What is reported within the report is Hampshire County Council's formal response to that additional information. So if you go further through the report, our response is provided within the report.
It's just that I wouldn't know that. It's the first time I've heard that our agents. I thought HEC Highway Authority was the Highway Authority.
Yeah,
We do need to understand these things.
Absolutely. Just to confirm, so the council has an agency arrangement where HCC provide comments on, if you like, strategic aspects of planning applications. The borough council has highway officers, so the officers who normally attend this committee, who deal with, if you like, the internal arrangements. So when this got to reserve matters stage, for example, it would be Basingstoke and Dean highway officers who would be dealing with the internal arrangements, rather than HCC dealing with matters of access and distribution of traffic.
Well, I knew that from old, but that's because I had the job at one time. Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Chair. In regard to the community cohesion element, Sue, Mike, just talking through the issue of the facilities and the fact lack of material on site compared to what obviously is in Chinham, and we've debated that in various bits. The bit I want to try to understand is the relationship of the railway line here. From an officer point of view, because there's nowhere in the report do we address the fact that there is a very large railway line that cuts the community off from those facilities. And in other contexts, in other applications, on the tests of these matters, those significant infrastructural barriers have been considered enough to warrant comment and to warrant an objection, if you like, in particular in terms of the context of communication. To move from that corner of the site right the way through to whatever's provided in Chinham must be significant and must have a significant disbenefit for those residents that would live in that northwest corner of the site. Surely, wouldn't it?
I think that's why our transport officers called it marginally sustainable.
That's very interesting, because I think the sustainability argument for me is key on this, on that point. So when you say marginally sustainable, would I be right to infer in terms of the public transport issues in that as well? In the fact that the access to public transport is a significant distance away, and therefore anybody who doesn't have access to a car, and there will be people living on this site who do not have access to a car, would be sustainably impacted by that. Do I draw a right conclusion from that comment?
can just confirm the transport officer's comments were made on the basis of not knowing the scope of packages that have been secured through Hampshire County Council to include things like improvements to the public, the bus network, etc., into the area. So the transport officer's comments are made without that knowledge.
I note the point there aren't any buses. My second question, Chair, if I may, if I can just conflate the various points in the paper and then ask my question. In 64 of 81, in 64 of 81, we've got in the middle of the page there, we've got the paragraph that begins in total. And we talk about 4.75 hectares of informal open space and 1.68 hectares of public open space and so on. The applicant has included SUDs, structural planting and buffer planting as part of their open space assessment. We've then got an issue associated with the trees, and our trees officers have said there is concern that the existing and future potential crown spread will create unsustainable living environments by casting dense shade over the dwellings and associated gardens. There is also insufficient room for access to be able to maintain the trees, especially alongside Crockford Lane. We've then got the actual open spaces officer discuss the issue of sinks, the inclusion of the sinks, and the issue of the under provision of open space, that which is going to have to be set off site. I still have an issue trying to understand how in the world we wound up with a greenfield site with an off-site contribution in the first place. And then I come up against the biodiversity officer's point that the biodiversity officer considers that the overall impact of the proposal in its current form on Razors Farm woodland strip sink would be detrimental to its integrity and long-term viability. So if I'm including all my planting, I'm including my SUDs and my structural planting, I'm including my sinks in what is considered usable open space, and I'm still getting an under provision of open space despite all of that, and the biodiversity office is telling me this is going to have significant detrimental impact on the biodiversity of the sink, I have a trouble understanding where we would say the balance of disbenefit is such to allow the open space to continue.
The open space officer doesn't include the sinks in her calculation because they're not, in their view, they're not freely accessible. You wouldn't want people going into them, so they exclude them. And on that basis, that's where you end up with that deficit that's then on page 65. It's 0.77 hectares.
So we're still including the SUDs, and we're still including structural planting, and we're still including buffer planting, and we're still including all the woodland areas that are elements of, well, at least it looks on the element there in the picture, as part of the open space, and considering it to be usable open space as well.
Yes, that's correct. As it says on page 64, you would include green covered corridors and buffers. You could include the SUDs and the swales because they're going to be dry. They're not going to be ones that you can't use all year round. It's only at certain times that they potentially would fill up with water. So they are included by the open space officer in the calculation, and that's as I said, that's indicated there that you would include them.
And is there any indication at all where the under provision? I note what the applicant said, and that was the reason for me asking the question. Obviously, there's a view that they have on the under provision of open space. But do you have any indication yet of where that would be provided for, and where we would seek to find the off-site contribution? Would that simply be financial? Here's a load of money, go somewhere else and make up the difference, or would it be something that this community could benefit from off-site, like a field next door?
So the open space officer has confirmed effectively that an off-site contribution would be secured. I don't know the details of where that would necessarily be spent at this time, but it would be part of the sort of normal consultation sort of process on the Section 106 spend, if you like. But it would be a requirement to spend it within the locality, with the intention of it obviously being linked to or capable of access from this site.
So within the locality, so that could be Chinham, or it could be Bramley, or it could be... I'm trying to understand where you would see that. I appreciate what you're saying, so it's financial. That's the important point I'm taking away. It is a financial contribution. It isn't actually an increase in the provision of open space available. In terms of... my final point in terms of Air Products, just to understand this correctly, if we approve this application, and then they come forward with proposals for growth, as others may do on that business park, this application as approved, if it goes through appeal, all the rest of it, would then obviously have consequences and potentially would constrain that growth if that growth had any issues flowing from residential development being close by it. And as we've heard, Air Products want to grow. They've told us that. Other sites are sought to be growth sites, the Aurora site in particular. And so since it's committed growth, so should we not be accounting for that in the interpretation of our policies, safe policies at least?
I think the issue is that we don't have a firm proposal for what is the proposed expansion. Even if we did, I think you still have to weigh the benefits, if you like, of what's being proposed in terms of the housing elements of that. I'm not suggesting that the economic potential isn't a material consideration. It absolutely is, as I think you picked up before in terms of the MPPF and its approach. But I think in terms of determining this planning application, the only thing that this planning application, and I believe this council can do in terms of what is on the table at this moment in time, is to consider what the existing provision of that site is and what the impact of that is. There may be things which come forward in future which would have to then take into account the existing situation on the change position on the site next door. That will happen across the borough in lots of different ways and with lots of different types of uses. But the view of officers is that in itself would not be a reason that we could put forward, because effectively we would be speculating at appeal as to, well, would it expand, would it not, how would it expand, what would the impacts be? And the situation is that we wouldn't know at this moment in time.
Just to finish, Chair, I appreciate then in terms of it's not balance, and that's the important point. As a member with 2 industrial parks in the ward, I appreciate having residential development next to commercial operations that wish to grow and expand, and the constraints that puts on them. Thank you. I respect it's a balance issue for us to consider tonight. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Potter?
Chairman, I mean, would you just indulge me with a small degree of speculation? I just wanted to ask the officers. I mean, I'm returning to the issue of the second access into the site, around which there appears to be some uncertainty and concern. I mean, my question simply, the hypothesis, if we were faced with the application having just one main access and exit in the way we see on the sort of illustrative design we've got in front of us, and that was all that we could provide in respect of this site of 425, would the officers still be recommending this for approval?
I'm being advised by the highways officer here that it would be possible to serve that site by from one access point, but that's not what's before us at the moment. The proposal is for 2. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I think one of the issues was that as part of the various alternative uses that were submitted by the applicant as part of their options appraisal, they referred to the fact, I think, that they'd gone to a local company for indications of viability, valuation, and whether the uses they were looking at were potentially suitable ones from an economic point of view. That there was no written documentation from that local business who gave them that advice, and I think our highways officer wanted to see the detail of that advice.
Right, but the conservation people are talking not about the heritage asset itself. It's my understanding that the applicant couldn't be required to improve the heritage asset. What he's referring to here is the setting of the heritage assets, which is what I'd expect him to refer to, because they're not going to rebuild the heritage assets. Or is that part of the... I don't think that's part of the proposal. So they can't be required to actually improve that asset as part of the development. They have to protect the setting of it. And I'm just wondering what the issues might be, because the left a distance round it, are there issues? We don't know. We don't know.
I think the conservation officer was still needed to be convinced that the amount of land that was being indicated would support the possible future uses that the options appraisal had considered.
Page 23. At the top of the page, we've discussed Thames Water no longer having an objection. They say providing the recommendations are completed. What are the recommendations?
It was basically there's possible improvements to. Bear with me.
Of a sewage strategy, as I recall, if that's the right language. But is that what they mean by that? They mean the strategy.
And basically, condition 29 ensures that basically the sewage strategy that's been submitted as part of the support and information is secured, and that the development is built in accordance with that.
Okay, just don't want to quibble, but it says recommendations here, provided the strategy is relied with us. Just if this goes forward to discussion and appeal, we want to make sure the report is understandable.
Basically, the Thames Water is saying that potentially it might require improvements to enlarge the receiving chamber at the point of connection to the existing sewer. And that's what the report.
I'm trying to dive into the detail of what.
But that's what the report.
I'm diving into the detail of whether the words we're using mean what they say, because otherwise, somewhere else it's referred to as a sewerage strategy. We've come across this before. It was referred to earlier on as a sewerage strategy. Just want to make sure the language is not inconsistent or misleading. Page 35. The question of impact in terms of the pre-submission local plan, etc. Am I assuming that little weight can be given to the policy is our assumption of how the inspector or the Secretary of State would view it? It's our expert opinion as to how the Secretary of State or the inspector would view it.
Yes, that's essentially our interpretation, if you like, of what the MPPF says about the weight that you can apply to emerging policies, and that effectively follows from what came out of the minor part decision as well.
And then page 37, under prematurity, we refer in the middle of that first paragraph, could be refused if the proposed development is so substantial, or where the cumulative effect will be so significant. Now, in looking at this application, we already know of other applications which have been approved at appeal for significant numbers of dwellings. Presumably, the cumulative effect of development is the cumulative effect of development, so that when we're looking at the impact on the future of the local plan, we now have a cumulative effect. I'm just trying to make sure I understand what the language is saying, and that therefore the impact on the local plan is the total of those which have been approved, either by us or at appeal, the applications we've approved, and those at appeal, and this application if approved. Otherwise, what else is the meaning of cumulative?
Yes, that's right. So it's effectively, whether this application and others that have been committed would cumulatively have the impact of being prejudicing the future of the local plan.
And what would we regard as being the sort of number at which the thing would be so cumulative as to impact on the local plan, or our flexibility in determining where to put the housing in the local plan? Are we talking about 77,000 houses, 1,000 houses. I mean, we're up to, what are we up to now? 1,500 or something?
I don't think there's. I don't think I can provide a number, if you like, to say, well, this is the point at which the balance tips one way or the other. What we've seen in terms of the way inspectors are interpreting the overall impact, and whether something is premature or not, seems to be around considering the nature of the application and the context of the settlement that it's adjacent to or impacting on. I think the view taken here is that even if you took the cumulative impact of the minor part decision as well, it still wouldn't get to that stage where it is so significant that it would prejudice the forward-coming local plan.
What I've got in mind in raising that question is the fact that one of the reasons we're going to have to go back into consultation on the local plan is the significant number of submissions that have been made, A, about the draft proposed allocations, and also some additional sites brought forward by people who want them assessed as proposed locations. Therefore, in a sense, the fact that the open plan is up in the air in that respect surely means that the more you develop, the more you permit, the less scope you've got to make the right determinations about the local plan. We're not considering the local plan as previously envisaged because it's up in the air and we're told that it doesn't have material significance as a plan. That fact surely makes the case that if you put so much development in one part of the borough cumulatively through the planning by appeal process, it reduces the scope that the borough has to properly consider the submissions we've had in the local plan consultation. It seems to me the cumulative number that we're approaching with this must be reaching the point where it is regarded as significant. I mean, I just put that forward as a, I mean, if we can't know a number, I mean, quite a lot of the development that's being approved is similar in kind. At some stage, we've got to make a decision that says, well, we think this is cumulatively having an effect. The first one didn't, the second one didn't. Maybe the third one does. And I'm just wondering what we think the strength of that might be.
Yeah, I do take the point being raised. I don't think, bear in mind, we are at the appeal situation, so I'll talk it in that language. I don't think that the impact of this and the minor part development would in itself, from what we've seen on other appeal decisions, would in itself sort of reach that point. As I say, it's difficult to say what the number would be. And I think part of that would be that if you follow the kind of the point through, which is that if you've got a local plan, emerging local plan coming forward, you then refuse planning applications, let's say, on various sites, and because of that, other sites come forward in the local plan process through the consultation. You'd almost be in this ever continuing circle of refusing applications, new sites coming forward, and never sort of catching up to the point where the local plan is being considered in its whole. So I think the second aspect of this, unfortunately, is the position with regards to the 5-year supply, which is linked. I'm sure we'll come on to that sort of point later, but I think the 5-year supply is the other part, if you like, of the local plan issue. The local plan in itself, or getting to an adopted local plan in itself, doesn't solve the position. It is getting the 5-year supply and the local plan in place.
I totally appreciate the urgency of getting the local plan in place. I don't question that at all. And then I just had one more, I think, if I can find it. Page 45. And this may be a question for the transport officer, or it may be something that's been considered by our own transport people. Does somebody genuinely believe that the provision of a taxi share service is likely to result in significant use of public transport? Because, and our officers are aware of the very recent research that's been undertaken in connection with the subsidies to buses, existing buses and other forms of transport. A very considerable research that indicates how little chance there is that people in such communities will actually get on a bus unless it comes every 10 minutes and goes where they want it to go. I mean, where's the evidence that that is going to happen? Because all the evidence I'm aware of suggests that the use of such things, A, isn't great, and B, only lasts as long as the money the developers put up keeps the service going, because it's not sustainable in itself.
Okay, I think I take the point, Chairman, and what we've tried to explore with the applicant were a number of different options for trying to improve public transport to the site, and one of those was to actually put on a more conventional bus service that members will be more familiar with. The modelling that the applicants did in terms of the financial viability of the service suggested that that could become commercially viable in, say, 5 years' time, but it relied upon patronage from a number of other areas being picked up, and that's at a much higher cost. What we're proposing as a more realistic and probably more value for money service is a taxi share type service, which isn't an on-demand taxi, it's a scheduled taxi, so it operates much like a bus in itself. It's a minibus, which we have used elsewhere, and I know of one example in Liphook that I can give more details of if you like. What I would also say, Chairman, is that that's not the only public transport provision that relates to the site. There is the Jazz 1 service, which is a high frequency service with good coverage within a reasonable walking distance for some people on the site. So we're quoting distances of between 400 and 1500 metres. The top end of that is clearly going to be pushing the boundaries of a reasonable walking distance, but the lower end, 400 metres, a 5-minute walk, that is reasonable for some people. What I would suggest to you, Chairman, is that it offers a different choice for people who may wish to consider using public transport.
I just want to be absolutely clear, and I know it's been said by the officer already, but the premise that the site will be adequately served by public transport is built on this proposition that the Jazz service, which, as you say, for some people may be nearly a mile, and others perhaps a quarter of that admittedly, would be an acceptable walking distance to get that bus, providing that this local taxi service works in the way that you're saying. The two together would, in your view, provide this facility for the site. That's what you're saying? And, I mean, in regard to, again, we speculate about the type of people who occupy these dwellings, but, young mothers with children seeking to get public transport, that would be a reasonable walking distance for that sort of person, would it?
As I've explained, the closer parts of the site to the main Chinham area are within what we'd certainly consider to be a very reasonable walking distance for a mother with a child, 400 metres, a 5-minute walk. The latter end of the site, the 1500 metre distance, I suspect I agree with you, Councillor, in that that's probably pushing it a little bit. You're probably looking at about a 15-minute walk. However, with the introduction of a service that does penetrate the site through the sort of taxi share system that we are proposing, I believe that does offer people an opportunity to use the bus should they so need to.
Tempting to describe my walk with four young children this morning. Distance of about 3/4 of a mile, but I'll leave that for the discussion if it rises. Any other questions to the officers, please? And in that case, we'll hear from the ward members. And I suppose in theory you're entitled to 8 minutes, but I hope you won't take that long.
Thank you, Chair. I won't take 8 minutes. Interesting, going back to the services and the access to them. One thing that hasn't been raised, we've mentioned the schools. We haven't mentioned the doctor's surgery. The doctor's surgery in Chinham maxes out next year without one extra house being built. I've kept very close contact with the practice manager. They are attempting to move the surgery to larger premises. Hampshire County Council aren't playing ball because they have a covenant on the site which they own in Reading Road, and that site is covenanted by the fact that that site can only be used for healthcare purposes. They're the healthcare provider. It's not big enough. So it's very strange that they can't sell the site because of that, because no other provider would go in because it's not big enough to sustain the community. They've even investigated going into the Chinham Business Park to get part of one of the premises in there for the local doctor's surgery. Well, if they move into there, they're now distancing themselves from other parts of Chinham as the local healthcare service provider. It's viability for them because they own the site. They have to sell the site to be able to get the other building. It's one of these catch-22 situations. So that has not been mentioned here. That's all to do with sustainability. The site's got to be identified as a sustainable site with access to these facilities, even at this particular stage. The principle of development. The site accesses, we've had long discussions about that. But you've got a dental facility in there which extended its premises, as those Chinham members are perfectly aware, about 3 or 4 years ago, with our support, because it needed the access. More houses, it's not going to happen. That's the only NHS dental service, by the way, in Chinham. The other dental practice is private. Bearing in mind there's a 40% affordable housing going in here, they won't be going to private dental practices. Not to such a degree, but this site, and it's been mentioned before in further discussions, reminds me of another one that was allocated by the Secretary of State. It's called German Road in Bramley. The people who are living in affordable housing there, I'm very aware, have no access to social community facilities. They're stuck out in a limb as well. Very little in the way of public transport. And in fact, the community manager at Four Lanes School, which along with Matt, I'm a governor, is actually contracted out. She actually provides facilities. She goes up to Bramley to help those people out, because it's such a distance from any other facility. And we've already mentioned here the kind of distances involved. I'm wondering how viable the site is without these facilities or access to these facilities for the people who are going to live there. So that's where we're coming from. It's been all about infrastructure. And my infrastructure includes highways, but it also includes the social facilities that are necessary for a community to start to coalesce. Even Taylor's Farm, they've got a lovely community centre, magnificent, and I congratulate Crowdhouse going the extra mile to provide that. But they haven't got anything else. They have to get in their cars, go down to the Chinham Centre. Everything's by car. And the more I hear about the accesses that have now been opened up here, ever tried driving through Taylor's Farm on a day, a work day, in the morning, and all the cars that are parked along the side of the road, and I know we've got at least 2 people sitting in this room that live in Taylor's Farm, and they have to put up with it day after day after day. Now you're putting an extra lump of houses in this area, and it's questionable. I would say the probability of being accurate about where cars go is probably pretty low. Cars are like water. They find their own level. And people will travel through tortuous roads or blocked up roads because that's what they do. It's perceived that's my quickest way to the A33. As opposed to Cofford Lane, that's, I think, a horrific scenario. If you've ever driven up Cofford Lane, I don't care what time of the day, you've got the 90-degree bends to cater for. 2 cars can't pass under the bridge. If you do, you're doing about 1 mile an hour and try not to knock the wing mirror off the other car. It's not sustainable, and you can't do anything with it. That's all I'm going to say, Chair, because I think it's one of these intangibles. Sustainability. Define sustainability. I define sustainability about how people can live with their access, if you like, worst case scenario, the furthest away from the road, the footpaths and everything else that they have to get to facilities. Same with the schools. Most of the time, junior and infant children, they're the product of working families. What's mum and dad going to do? She's going to time her delivery to school of the children at peak times when they're going to work. And we all know, as Mr. Bailey said, that the area around the Four Lanes complex, because the 2 schools are adjacent to each other, employing private security firms for people to keep the delivering parents off their driveways, it's a ridiculous situation. To increase that, I think, is a nonsense. And I think the sustainability of this site has to be looked at now. And we're going to have to say to ourselves with hand on our hearts, is it sustainable in its current form as presented in this report? I have to say there's too many uncertainties in this report for me to have, and it's no criticism of the officers, because they haven't been able to go far enough in this report to make it, in my mind, cohesive. It makes me doubt at this stage whether we can look at this site and say, is it sustainable? I think not. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, I'm one of the 2 ward members for Bramley, where the bulk of this site lies. Now, I always come to this meeting. I have an open mind, but I do always read the officers' reports very thoroughly. So I've got some notes here, so I have written something, and a lot of it has actually been mentioned tonight, and I think I'll, with respect, pass that by, but I might just use the subject. So I've got some points here that I'd like members to be aware of. I think we should consider these in our meaningful discussions, and I'd like us to note and consider things like, does this site play an important role as part of the northern open countryside setting to Basingstoke? We note the site is outside the settlement policy boundary. It sits on a ridge line, which we might consider would make it very visible to the open countryside of the Bramley parish that lies beyond. An unnatural transition possibly to rural to urban. So is the proposed development then able to avoid harm to the existing landscape? It was noted on our viewing panel on Friday that agricultural use was being made, hay had just been gathered, and usually cattle is grazing, and that was drawn to members' attention. There's a countryside footpath running along the northern site boundary. Should we be mindful of the possible harm to the enjoyment of its users? So would the proposed development have a detrimental impact on the landscape character and the scenic quality of the area, and as a result of being on top of a ridge? That must increase the impact on views and users of the adjoining countryside. Again, we should note some of the officers mentioned in this respect, expressing concerns with regard to house heights. I know it's a detailed matter, but it was mentioned 3 and 2.5 storey house heights actually indicated they might be on the highest ground. That doesn't seem possibly right. We may have to consider. Should we consider the whole site? Would it be better to have developed it at all, or would it be better to be potentially useful as an expansion to the business park for future growth of the town's employment? I mean, Chinham Business Park is one of the largest employment campuses in the borough. I think Councillor Bierman mentioned the LEP very much pro the Chinham Business Park and Hampshire International Business Park. So when the internal sites are full, what do we do then? Councillor Miller has just mentioned the MPPF requires us to examine the sustainability. So perhaps we should note that the proposed site is isolated. The officer's report says it's hard to link it in a sense with local housing. The school is over 2 kilometres away. The nearest bus stop we've learnt is on average 1 kilometre. And again, the nearest shopping centre at Chinham is more than 3 kilometres. Stagecoach, we've just talked about, willing to reroute Jazz 1. So would the site's remoteness promote rather than reduce the reliance on the private car? We need to decide. We've looked at the school, the pressure and the calculations of the extra pupils. Is it right that we should be considering making schools expand beyond where they want to do, particularly Chinham 4 lanes at a particularly bad time where it's in special measures? The doctors we talked about. The community facility, it's a very long way over to Taylor's Farm for that community building, with that railway line right between it, as we've learned. So would potential residents be put off from using it, and therefore what would they do? And another thing in the report, we perhaps should note that the sewage will have to be pumped from the bottom of the site up to the top of the site into a holding tank and fed into the sewers when capacity is available, no doubt. And do we think that this is sustainable given the stench in Wade Road and Great Binfields Road that associates itself with a similar system that handles the waste from the new developments in Popley? We've got listed farm buildings. Our conservation officers doesn't sound totally convinced by this report. The site contains 2 sink areas, or maybe 3, it's on the edge of one, and it has a Roman road through it. Our biodiversity officer is worried of the impact on the sink sites through the urban use and domestic animals affecting the wildlife, and comments on the potentially insufficient buffer zones. We've discussed the proposal is unable to meet the requirement for public open space. So do we consider that the proposed off-site contributions of any value. So would members consider that the proposed development have a detrimental impact on local biodiversity, and does it have adequate retention and protection to enhance the sinks? They will be under increased pressure. We need to discuss that. Then moving on, there are over 390 letters of objection listed in the report, and I think some more have come in. A similarly sized petition. There are 3 local parish councils, we've heard from 2 of them tonight, who all see fit to object to this development. I think, and this committee has in the past, really taken this fact on board, that they are the people in touch with the local communities, and I think that is worthy of considerable note by us. The proposed access through the business park, traffic from the business park is often parked on the carriageways. The secondary junction is likely to be used as the main route into the local infrastructure of Chinham. We talked about that. It's very awkward, it's very tight design. It's located on a sharp bend on one of the 2 entrances to the business park, where most pedestrians and cyclists will be intermixed, and of course at peak times. Will queuing traffic stop residents being able, trapping residents in their site? We talked about the Orium site, but if with its extra 750 car parking spaces that may come to light one day, then what? The business park management are getting, they've made sounds to say that some large companies are looking at relocation. That's worrying. We've discussed air products, I won't go into that, but the noise and the safety element. We've discussed that the Chinham Taylor's Farm Road network is the access to the A33, and people will use this in preference, and currently do, to using the A33 roundabout at Crockford Lane. Traffic will increase on the narrow Cuffold Lane. It will go north into Bramley, and it will add congestion to the main route through Bramley. We heard very eloquently from the Bramley Parish Councillors the impact on that level crossing and the traffic flow. This will obviously add to this. And again, do members have a view on the soundness or otherwise of the transport proposals? It's outlined that it's suggesting residents will walk to distant bus stops. They will cycle over 2 miles to Bramley Railway Station, up the dangerous Cuffold Lane, national cycle route perhaps. To overcome this, 5-year funding by the developer to pay for a minibus to make up for the lack of public transport is offered. Well, to me, a minibus or a small bus, 15 people, is that enough for 1,000 or so residents? What about the mums with the pushchairs going to school, not wanting to walk the 2 kilometres to the school? Can they jump on the bus with a pushchair? It's concerns. I think we should debate that. And again, our transport team actually say that is marginally sustainable. And then, again, the Crockford Lane junction mitigation. I know it's in the hands of our expert officers, but 3 lanes on the roundabout, traffic queuing, I think it's a risky situation. So I think we've got many things to debate. I look forward to hearing all your views, so thank you.
Thank you very much, Ward members. Right, we're going to move into debate now. I just remind members, although we very seldom actually enforce this, but there is a council rule that the first time you speak, or each time you speak, you limit yourself to 4 minutes. Doesn't mean you can't speak again. And I don't have anybody in mind in particular in this. I wasn't looking anybody in the eye. Well, I usually speak last, so it doesn't really matter too much. And if we could bear in mind that in our discussion on this, whatever decision the committee makes as to how it would have approved or not this recommendation should be based upon sound reasons, one way or the other. Clearly, because we've heard a lot of them, there are reasons for refusing this application. No doubt about that, whatever. Some of them are built into the report. There are reasons for approving the application, some of which the officers have brought forward in the report. Our job here is to determine on the balance of these things whether the balance is in favour of approving or the balance is in favour of refusing. When we come to a conclusion on that, and no doubt somebody will move a motion one way or the other at some point, when we come to a conclusion on that, and I've circulated a message to members about this, I don't want to then have to scratch around after we've voted for approval or refusal for working out all our reasons for doing so. If it's vote for approval, the reasons are probably those in the officer's report. But I will in any case wish, after we've voted, I will in any case wish members to have in mind, please, any conditions or changes to conditions that they think should be put in. Because whatever our conclusion this evening, assuming the appeal goes forward, the inspector should have his attention drawn or her attention drawn to any views we've put forward as to conditions, and the officers will make representations on our behalf at appeal, or whoever's representing us at appeal will make representations as to conditions as well as to the reasons for approval or refusal. On that basis, what I'm going to say is that when it comes to a vote, if anybody moves a motion to approve or refuse, if it's to refuse, I will wish us to discuss the reasons for refusal before we vote, so that we're all clear at the time we vote what are the reasons why we're voting, and those who vote the other way will understand what they're voting against. Those voting for will know why they're voting for it, because that's been clearly explicated, and those against will know why they're voting against and what it is exactly that they're voting against. So on that basis, I throw it open to discussion. Yes, Diane.
Thank you very much. I came tonight with a completely open mind about this. I genuinely did. And not having been on the viewing, I've listened ever so carefully to what everybody's said. My impression, the overwhelming impression that I have with this is that it's unfinished, that this is a work in progress. And it's ironic, actually, because work was progressing when the appeal was lodged. And what a pity, because I don't feel I've got the equipment to say whether or not it's right or not. So there are just far too many unknowns and unfinished bits of it for me to put my name to wanting to say I approve of this. I think as a representative of the people, I've got to know far more about it. There's so much more has got to be resolved before I could possibly say yes to it, which is a pity because, you know, maybe it is a possibility, but as the chairman has mentioned, we've got adequate ways of refusing it just on the order paper itself, parks and open spaces, conservation, biodiversity. Just the very fact of putting a residential estate so close to an industrial unit. And I'm just thinking, and this is a point I made when we went through the Kennel Farm application, this is an isolated community that it's going to be houses built up in a field bounded by a railway line and an industrial estate. Where is the sense of community going to come from for these people who are going to live here? And whilst I appreciate that I might not be able to pull out a policy to talk about that one, it isn't going to be a very pleasant place to live. And for me, that's important because, you know, the people who are going to live there are people that we represent, and I think that's very important. So my overwhelming view is that whatever happens in the future, we don't have enough to go on. It's too soon. This is unfinished. There's too much work to do for me to be able to put my name to approving it at this stage, because I'm effectively being told, well, this is as far as I've got. Will this do? What do you think? Well, I think it's not finished.
Just perhaps to help, the policy aspect of community isolation is an aspect of sustainability. It's one of the aspects of sustainability. So there is clear policy which militates against creating isolated communities. Other speakers, please. Oh, it's suddenly gone very shy and quiet. Perhaps you have already got a view and don't feel you need to exploit it in discussion. I don't mind, as long as somebody proposes something. Councillor Harvey and then Councillor Potter, then Councillor Harvey. Don't mind which one was.
I mean, certainly my view is coincidental, I think, with Councillor Taylor's, and I think there are good reasons for rejection. I would say, before I say anything else, Chairman, I mean, obviously I got your email today, sorry, your message by email that put forward your views and the way you wanted us to decide this process tonight, which is a different process to what we've been doing recently. And by definition, before you get to that stage, I hope you'll put that proposition to the committee for us to say whether we agree with what you're proposing or not. I think that's reasonably democratic, isn't it, really? Because this proposal of procedures coming from you as chairman, and I hope you'll do that. I mean, there is another part of your email that, the message that I find particularly offensive, really, about predetermination, and I'd like a discussion on that at some stage, because I don't think I'm unique sitting around the table here to say I found that very offensive, really, in the way that it was termed, and certainly to be warned that it could be a clear breach of the code of conduct, I thought was really over the top. I mean, I've got a record for going over the top, but I thought that was certainly something from you that really was too heavy in the circumstances. I'll have another opportunity in some other place to do that with you, but I mean, we don't need reminding about that, and certainly my understanding of predetermination following a Localism Act is probably a bit different to yours on this matter. But in regard to what I believe will be coherent reasons in respect to refusing this application, I think we have a number, and I think Councillor Taylor has alluded to a couple of them. I think we can add to that, and I believe they will be sustainable by argument, and I'm very happy at some stage to progress that, really. I don't know how you want to deal with this matter now, but certainly that is my own view. I think it's an incomplete application. I think, dare I say it again, I sought to get this out of the representative of the applicant, that it was opportunist, really, and those sort of applications are never best, and certainly are not well prepared, and I think that's the consequence of that sort of tactic, quite frankly.
Right, well, I don't propose to have a debate about process. As chairman, I've determined that we will discuss, and amongst ourselves we will explicitly discuss reasons for refusal before we vote. If there's a motion to refuse, we do always discuss reasons for refusal incidentally in our debate. I know you're quite right to say that Diane has already elicited some, and by implication so have the two board members. I'm not suggesting we repeat ourselves. However, I have observed that in the past, on some applications, we've got to the point where we've made a decision, and then we are scratching around trying to work out exactly what it is we've decided, because we need the reasons for refusal. The reasons for refusal are the reasons for making the decision. So I make no apology for having the view that we should discuss those in advance, and I take that as a general principle on applications where we are voting against the officer recommendation. Don't have any problem with us voting against the officer recommendation. That's what we're here for. What I do have a problem with is we vote and then think about the reasons for refusal. I don't think it makes any sense, and therefore that's my judgment. And if we want to debate it at some stage, it will be debated as part of constitutional reform. But there's nothing in the Constitution that leads us to any conclusion on that, and it's within my prerogative as chairman to decide on process matters for the committee.
In terms of your role as chairman, you're saying you have that prerogative to make that decision in your own right. I mean, we could debate that point if you want, but certainly what I was seeking to say, and I would seek to say as well, really, I mean, your description that oftentimes refusal is proposed without any coherent explanation of the reasons for refusal being available to us. I mean, that, in a sense, I think is an injustice to those of us who've been in that position. We may not be as coherent as we should be at that juncture. We look, I think, for advice. It must be very difficult for officers on occasions, to be frank, to give us that advice, especially when their recommendation is very different to what we're saying. And we've got to have a substantial discussion about that, I think, in the future, about how we do get to a position where officers can quickly and very effectively, I think, help us in being more coherent than we are. I make no excuse for that, but that doesn't mean that the members who propose refusal haven't got some idea about the reasons for refusal. Might not be expressed as clearly as you would do it, Chairman, but those ideas are there and the reasons are there.
Right, does anybody have any discussion points they wish to raise, or any motions they wish to make? Because we seem to have very few hands showing. Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Chair. Endorsing what Councillor Potter has just said, and making comments to the application and to the point here, I haven't mentioned the words 5-year supply once this evening, and I don't think they need to be mentioned, because trying to forensically have an examination of this application and what the officers have written about it, and it is the applicant's applications, is what they have put before us, or what they intend to put before. And I think from that point of view, it's fairly, to be honest with you, I feel it's reprehensible of them to have done what they've done, and I feel it's sad that the actual crowd aren't actually here this evening to answer the questions. You know, they've put up their planning consultant to answer the questions, and there's some pretty big questions here. And if they want a working relationship with this authority, then they should pitch up and own their own developments then in that context. So why should we then be forced to accept something in the manner of our debate this evening that is at such cost to the community, to the parish councils in the way they've represented themselves, and so on and so on? I've looked at the policy framework. I've looked at our SAVE policies, E6 and E7, and there's some very important lines in here about the way we should approach the landscape issues and the biodiversity issues that I think are very relevant to this application, and they're SAVE policies, so they are justifiable and they are material. The MPPF, I mean, I can list paragraph after paragraph after paragraph on biodiversity as far as the MPPF is concerned, and again, I think it's the sense that the MPPF and the emerging guidance give us a credible position to adopt. The applicant claims, or rather the applicant's agent claims, there are no overriding technical objections. Well, I've got an officer's report that's full of them. And I've got a debate around the table this evening that has exposed a lot more questions than it has provided answers. I think in looking at this, the isolation element is really important. You know, the officers say the site is not easily read as part of any of the closest residential developments. I think that is a very important point. The railway line and the industrial area create a situation where community cohesion is something we must take a very clear awareness of. In that sense, I have no evidence to suggest this otherwise, but my gut feeling is I do not believe that a developer would go this far without examining the viability issues. I'm sorry, but I don't buy it. I don't buy it professionally, and I certainly don't buy it as a councillor. And in that context, where the officer from Highways tells me that the financial modelling on viability is being done on highways, I don't buy the financial modelling being done on the 40% affordable housing either. There has been viability work. We should have seen that. They should have had the bottle to show us that, to prove sustainability. Because without it, how can you consider sustainability even of an outline application to give the principle of development, which is, after all, what we're being asked to give. It's the principle of development. The public transport issues, I think, have been examined very openly, and I would cite them without any shadow of a doubt as a reason to consider disbenefit and community cohesion as being an issue. The landscape issues we've gone through, the biodiversity issues we've mentioned, the open space issues we've mentioned. I was interested by the heritage points, Chair, and particularly because of what our officers have said. The outline application cannot enable adequate assessment of the impact of the historic farmstead, in particular whether the proposed development would adequately allow for an optimum viable new use of the farm buildings. Proposed development would substantially harm the setting of Razors Farm as a designated heritage asset group by virtue of the substantial loss of its rural setting, which would be caused by the development of the quantum proposed by the application. And if I go back to policy E6, consideration will also be given to the impact that the development will have on the sense of place, the sense of remoteness, of tranquility, and the quiet enjoyment of the landscape and public rights of way. You know, we have a policy correlation here between some of the evidence we're being presented with. I'm very worried about the Scottish and Southern Electric issues. You know, we can debate how much 11,000 volts is. I think that's serious. But the significant point is, what are you going to do with those power lines? When Gressley Road went through, what Netrec Wales had to achieve on that site to enable to bring down the power lines to build their unit was huge. The implications of that for viability were huge, and the implications of that for what they could actually physically put up on the site was huge. None of that's been presented. I've got no qualification from officers, from the applicant, from anybody, what in the world we're doing about this. And to quote what they say, and it's quite clear what they say at the end of it, we would consider the granting of planning permission without further discussion and agreement as to how our equipment can be accommodated within the proposal to be unacceptable. So condition it. But even if you condition it, going to appeal because of what the developer has done, we don't give ourselves any guarantee that those issues will be addressed. Because the condition itself, can we condition in relation to Southern and Scottish, in relation to all their issues, can we condition that to force the applicant to meet all those conditions through an appeal and through the process? So
Sorry,
just
to pick up, I think we should try and pick up some of these questions as we go along rather than just have a long debate and then try and remember what they all were, because nobody can take dictation at quite that speed. My understanding is that that a condition that would be imposed would be that no development shall take place unless and until the electricity supply company is satisfied with the arrangements proposed for dealing with that problem. It seems to me, I would nearly said inconceivable, but you can't really say that about government inspectors and secretaries of state, but it does seem to me extremely unlikely that a condition of that nature would be overturned at appeal. I think it would survive appeal. So while that is a concern we have that it would happen, it's probably not a strong ground for refusal in itself, simply because a condition would, the inspector would say, oh, it can be conditioned, and therefore, as we know so many times, that's what happens. This is where I'm so concerned that we should be very careful to surface up those reasons which will really survive that and are strong.
No, I am doing that, Chair. I appreciate that. And I think the issue with the Scottish and Electric issue is the fact that it is so significant in the report that it needs to be captured however this goes forward, accepting what you've said. So as I was literally just coming to the end of my comments before you intervened there, Chair, my point was reasons for rejection, I think, on sustainability are very sound. On the proximity and the conflict with the business park are very sound as well. And I think we do have to account for the employment impact, and we have a responsibility to do that. And then, and very importantly, I think, community cohesion. And those were my areas that I've picked out from the debate and would recommend to members to consider. Thank you, Chair.
Are the Speaker's Councillor bound? I nearly made that error again, didn't I?
Thanks, Chair. I mean, I had the advantage of going on the site visit. I didn't know the area. I didn't know anything about the Hampshire Business Park, to be honest with you. Living in Tadley, it's a bit distant, you know. So we drove through this commercial area, and all of a sudden we were sort of at this site, this beautiful site with the trees, and there somebody had said, you know, they've recently been harvested. It looked as though it should be agricultural, as far as I was concerned. I've read the report, I've listened to all the comments of the councillors. As one would expect, I came with no decision before this meeting. I've listened, Councillor Bierman was saying that the report itself puts forward comments from the Basingstoke and Dean officers that have been consulted, and they put forward objections to this. He mentioned the pressure on local schools. He mentioned the probable pressure on local road infrastructure. He mentioned the effects on local employers and other employment opportunities that might not arise were this site to be developed. Councillor Elaine Still mentions the water problems. Councillor Miller brings up although he wasn't allowed to develop it very much, the helicopter noise from the Bramley camp, the health facilities which are in difficulties. Councillor Tomlin's, the open space deficit, the traffic through Bramley. And I agree with Councillor Taylor, it all comes down to sustainability as far as I'm concerned. I don't think this site is sustainable. And I don't know whether Diane moved it for refusal. Yeah, that's right. That's why I'm hesitating. That's I'm hesitating. Yes. But you can perhaps tell the way I'm leaning.
Thank you, Chair. I spoke earlier when I asked the good lady about biodiversity. Anyway, where was I? Oh yes, before I was rudely interrupted. Anyway, yes, thank you for that. First of all, I think something we must consider, which is sort of more weight against, is the impact on existing communities. Yesterday morning, Councillor Potter and I visited the site, explored it in depth. We were only restricted by that barbed wire fence for getting farther in. And we found it surprisingly that it was very compact in a sense, and also the guidelines wasn't very clear, we picked up. But we spoke earlier tonight about the bus service, JAS 1. How frequent does that run? I think it's every 20 minutes, 12 minutes if it's in time. But what about the evening? When does it stop running? right? That's a problem. We've spoken about schools being overcrowded. We spoke about a health facility. We spoke about the increase in traffic. And I feel a bit sorry for people who live in Bramley because you got put up with a level crossing anyway. And can you imagine what would happen if there was more traffic coming from this suggested development? The Red Army roundabout, it was in the morning, about 11:45, I guess. Very busy then. And I can't see the sense of having 3 lanes in there. If you taper back into 2, you've still got a bottleneck. So there's a lot of things. I mean, it's been said tonight that Crudence is good for Basingstoke, but I think Basingstoke's been very good to Crudence as well. I think that when you look at the impact and all the little reasons why we should reject it if we feel like that, there's quite a number there. I put myself in the position of the good people there. Would I wish to live there? Have all this on top of me? I'd question that. And once you start to leave an area because the impact is good on you, then it sets off a lot of other people considering moving. I think it's right we should discuss it at depth tonight because it is important. It's a big development. And I think we're faced with a lot more developments over the next few weeks. So the sooner we get our act in place, the better. So I think overall there's quite a lot there which we could hang our name on.
What else? Thank you. Well, just a few comments of mine. I think perhaps I take most to heart about this application is the isolation that it clearly appears would happen in this community. I have in my ward an area which is isolated socially and to some extent physically simply by a main road going to two halves of what ought to be a community. And we're working hard to try and do something to bridge that, but these are talking about quite small numbers of people. We are here talking about a potential community of 1,000 odd people, and for whom there is no focal point, or no obvious focal point. And if there are any focal points, they're not easy to get to. And my direct personal experience in such cases is that communities of that nature do not become cohesive, because there is no basis on which they can cohere, if that's an English word, which I have some doubts about. It might be. So I really do, I do have a lot of concern about the idea that you build a community which I heard nobody's ever suggested at any stage of this is other than pretty isolated. And this is why I think we try and have a local plan, because the local plan should take into account those things in the round, having looked at sites as a whole, and looks at the provision of services and infrastructure at the macro level as opposed to the individual sites level. The other thing which struck me as quite significant even before we had our attention drawn to the medical facility is the difficulty of access to services, including education. I mean, I personally took, because the normal takers drifted off to the north somewhere shopping or something, my 4 grandchildren to school this morning on foot, dodging all the rest in cars. There were a few walkers when we got to the 3rd school, but at the 1st school everybody was arriving in cars in a little country lane, and I don't think we should be expecting mums to push buggies or take toddlers by the hand, which is actually preferable 1,000 meters or more to a school that may be 1,500 meters away when they get there. It doesn't seem to make a great deal of sense, and just increasing the size of a distant school exacerbates the problem that we already have in spades across the borough, in rural as well as town areas, of the traffic at schools, which seems to me an insuperable problem unless and until the education authority decides to have parking at schools and proper access for transport at schools, as opposed to making it difficult and not allowing the land. So that's a reality. The other factor that concerns me in the report is this proposition that we find ways to address what is clearly unsustainability by pretending to provide public transport. I mean, I don't mean that pretend. I don't mean that pejoratively in any sense. But our experience as a councillor has been, in the whole time I've been here, that if you provide a limited time funding for public transport, the chances of it surviving very long after that funding expires is very slim. And the clear pattern over the last 5 years at least has been a reduction in public transport, not an increase. And therefore the idea that somehow in this particular case there will be an increasing demand and the public transport will make itself work seems to me fanciful. I just don't credit it. Now, I haven't put in any objections. I haven't responded to the application, which means that I'm not going to be invited to speak at appeal if the appeal goes ahead. The point I'd make in general to people is that those who have responded to it do have a right to come and speak at the appeal. But when you speak at appeal, you have really got to focus on the nuances of your objections and the policies, rather than all the reasons you think it shouldn't go ahead, which the inspector is very good at ignoring, and which the applicant's QC is very good at demolishing. So, you know, that just takes up time and is a bit annoying to all concerned. Those are the things that struck me as being specifically important. On the matter of the officers who've commented in here, where we've got objections from this officer and that officer, that always happens in applications, and I just remind members that in some cases we get the landscape officer objects, therefore the officers recommend refusal, and we look at it and we say, well, we don't think that's very strong, we approve of it. So this runs both ways, and we can't say that the reasons for refusal are that some officers object. It's the balance. And therefore what we have got to do, and I get the clear impression members are minded to refuse this, there's no point in pretending otherwise, because it's on the record, everybody's heard what everybody said, and there's been silence otherwise. Nobody has said we need the houses, nobody's said, although we all know we need the houses, nobody said we need affordable homes, although we all know we need affordable homes, like there's no going out of business, like there's no tomorrow or something like that. And therefore I'm hearing the message. All I'm saying is, please let us now discuss and agree, with support from the officers, what we regard as the real reasons for refusal, as well as what's in the report. The things that people have raised, that members of the public and parish councils have raised. I would like to have a motion of some sort from somebody, however. Councillor Miller.
Well, I've got some reasons, I think, around the table, but I will move that this. Sorry. I will move that this application, as presented, is refused. Bearing in mind, I'm perfectly aware of the situation we're in.
Right. Is anybody, Councillor Tomlin's going to second that? Before you go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. It was certainly not in any way trying to persuade the committee to go a different direction. I appreciate where the committee appears to be going, but I think it's just right to go back to where we started with this meeting, if you like, to ensure that the correct tests are being applied in terms of if the refusal was taken forward. And I think it's in this sense, there are impacts of any development. That's a given. There might be adverse impacts, and some of those may have been picked up in the report and some of the consultee responses on things like biodiversity, conservation, landscape, etc. But just that there's adverse impacts, or impacts for that matter, in themselves are not reasons for refusal. The clear test, because of the situation we have with the housing supply position and our local plan policies not being considered up to date for that reason, is that we have to consider those adverse impacts and whether they significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. So I appreciate why members, the comments around 5-year supply, but that does have to be weighed as a benefit. And effectively what members would be saying is that the adverse impacts are that significant that they outweigh those benefits. So that includes the housing supply, the affordable housing provision, so on and so forth. I think if that point is reached, if you like, then the committee would be saying that you're satisfied that a sufficiently strong and robust case could then be put forward at appeal, based on whatever the reasons are, and I'll come on to those that I've noted, if I may, Chair, in a moment. and that effectively to do that, the committee is satisfied that there is evidence to support each reason for refusal, depending on how many there are, individually and collectively. So it is on that basis. I would also then just query, if you like, the issue around some of the principal issues, such as effectively if it's being said that the location of the site is unacceptable because it's an isolated site, but there is an acceptance that there is a requirement for housing, there is a requirement to meet the housing supply, and because of that there will be a need for greenfield development, which sites at some point will have to be developed. Are there? I think the question will come at appeal, and this is really just to make the committee aware. Well, if this site isn't acceptable for those principal reasons, where else in the borough will it come forward? And as I say, I'm not saying this to sort of try and change the committee's mind. It's just simply this, I think, will be an issue which is raised. I think the follow-on from that really is, I know we've discussed this previously, but the 5-year supply has been stated as a serious and significant situation. I appreciate that's only in the one appeal decision that we've had so far, but it is the only appeal decision we've had of this nature to refer to, so it needs to be weighed in that context. In terms of the reasons that I have noted down, in terms of all of the issues, if I may just refer to those, I've noted down that the potential for landscape impact, biodiversity, heritage impact and open space. If we just start with those 4, I think the very clear position as set out in the MPPF is that effectively the council will be in a stronger position to pursue those types of reasons for refusal if there was a 5-year supply, because that test, if you like, of having to balance the significant adverse impacts against the benefits would no longer be there. So I think that is a key issue that does need to be considered. On issues such as the overhead lines, I would agree with what the chairman has said. I don't think that is a reason for refusal that can be pursued, because it can be overcome by a condition. On the issue of isolation, sustainability, community cohesion, which I think probably rolls into one aspect to include things like public transport, access to facilities and services, again, for committee's awareness, the inspector, in reaching his conclusion, which he may disagree with on the Marnell Park decision, referred to 10-minute and up to 25-minute walking times. So I would just ask committee to consider that in the sense of comparing this site to what was refused and went to appeal at Marnell Park. Chair, that's all I had noticed effectively. So the reasons for refusal, as I understand them being put forward at this moment in time, are landscape impact, isolation, sustainability, cohesive communities as one, a potential biodiversity impact, a potential heritage impact, lack of open space, and conflict with the employment land. I think they are impacts. I do have concerns about how robust they can be defended at appeal.
Just make a comment, which is really sort of reinforcing what I said a few minutes ago, that the key thing here will be, if members here make a decision that we would have decided to refuse, the officers then have to defend that decision at appeal. And it is beholden on us, because we've heard so much from the public, from the communities, and from members, both in the meeting and as visiting members, of evidence which may or may not have been available to officers. And therefore officers will need evidence to back up these comments we're making, because it's my personal opinion that this creates an isolated community, is my personal opinion, but it's not evidence, it's just my personal opinion. I would have to sit down and think, right, what are the reasons why this community is being made isolated? It is the case that we will have development on agricultural land, there's no question about that, so having a reason that this is good agricultural land won't wash, because there will be development all over the place on good agricultural land. Like it or not, it will happen. So it doesn't become a good reason for refusal. So in many respects, I support what the officers said. And some of these things which are marginal, of course, they are things that will be brought into play, but they won't be decisive. The biodiversity, the landscape and so forth will not be decisive at appeal. And some of them will, the appellant's advisors will do their best to put them aside and probably succeed. So we have to be very careful to be very strong on those reasons which we believe are really critical in this case. And we really need to, outside of this meeting, please, those who have a direct interest in the area, who live there, who work there, who represent residents who live there, have really got to go from this meeting and bring together the strong evidence that's been alluded to and discussed here, but which may or may not be on file. The other thing which I really would like officers to think more about, please, is to question what we mean by cumulative, and to question the point at which would we ever say that the cumulative effect of this is harmful to the further consideration of the local plan. Because if not, why do we say anything about it? And why is it there? Why is it in decisions and appeals? At some stage it must have a cumulative effect, and if it's not at the 1,1500 houses, what level does it have a cumulative effect on the local plan? So I think somewhere we have to start with that. This might not be a bad place to test it. Maybe there's been appeals where it's been tested and you have to be 80% housing before you get there. I don't know. Right, other reasons that haven't been mentioned. Any other reasons that haven't been mentioned? Councillor Miller, please.
I'd like to help move this forward. I'd like to just take up on your comment about cumulative effects, Chair. I think people might have heard me in the past in various fora mention the cumulative effects of the local plan as a whole. And certainly those of us to the northeast of Basingstoke see the indicative or proposed draft, caveat it all the way down, local plan as such an area where there will be a cumulative effect. We know there will be a cumulative effect, but we're not addressing it. And there is another area within the district where, again, it's known there'll be a cumulative effect, but it's already in place that there's going to be a mechanism to be able to address it. It's called a master plan. This is going site by site, and we're now talking about sites that have been approved at appeal, and we know that this is unlocking a door to another site. We know that the other side of the A33 is going to be another. So cumulative effect is appropriate at this particular stage. But let's go back to what the advice from Mike Townsend, and thank you, Mike, for that. It is to do with sustainability, and it's to do with the so-called access to services. Notwithstanding what was said at Marnell Park, it's fine, you can walk to the services, but you can't get in because they're all overstretched. They're over capacity now, and certainly will be by the time this development is erected. There's nowhere to go. You can walk all the way down to Chinham Medical Practice, and if you want to do it then the next year, they're going to say, no, go to Rooksdown. But I haven't got a car. It's unsustainable in those terms. The schools, where am I going to get my children into school? Unless there's a properly thought out plan, and we're all constrained by money, I know that, everybody knows that, is the essential services are not within appropriate walking distance or access from people on this particular site. The transport assessment. There's a lot of, now again, I fully appreciate this is not the way it should be presented to an inspector, but there's a lot of ifs and buts here. There's a lot of piecemeal proposals and modelling that's going on to be able to provide the right kind of road infrastructure to sustain this site. Back to cumulative effect. You stick another, 500 houses in Cofford Farm? I can't remember the exact number. But then you've got 1,000 houses there. You've got Brownley. And the road infrastructure isn't and cannot be mitigated. I don't know how you expect to put a dual carriageway up Cofford Lane, but that's what it would take. So the transport assessment is very questionable, and that has been there right from the outset, and the local ward members have expressed that at all occasions when we were sitting with the applicant. The other, going back to Marnell Park, the isolation of this site is exacerbated by the proximity of the business park and the railway line and insufficient road access to the north. Statement. So there's a lack of road infrastructure in that regard. And it has been mentioned by other speakers this evening. I'm not quite sure if this is going to be sustainable, dare I use it. Insufficient responses from the consultees. At this particular stage, I don't think that's an issue because we talked about conditions and everything else, so I'm going to strike that one. The employment cohesion and the impact on the business park. Employment is again part of the MPPF. It has to be considered. This would constrain expansion of the business park. One particular business that we've heard today, products. It's not definite because we're not quite sure how they would expand it. But they could wish to expand it to compromise the development itself, certainly in the southwest corner. We don't know how. We've heard tonight they may not even need planning permission to do that because they've got such a large site themselves. They could, for good commercial reasons, configure the site differently, which would have an impact on the development. So that needs to be taken into careful consideration. And I go back to the long-term water supply issue. Not having Southeast Water's response, it was pointed out by Councillor Goodison that that is on file in terms of the draft local plan. So there is some evidence to support that in the fact that we will be overstretched in any case by 2020. So there is something in there, and that's a sustainability issue as well. Probably a lot of this is sustainability, but it's in different aspects that affect the potential of putting a community in that particular location. I hope that helps, Chair.
I just want to come back to the question of evidence, and we need to be careful that we don't add in to reasons for refusal a whole stack of things we think are important, but where we don't have evidence. And as a simple example of that, the evidence as it stands on the water supply would not hold, because the evidence as it stands on the water supply talks about what would happen if you build 7,000 houses. And therefore it doesn't affect building 400 houses or 500,000 or 1,000 houses. The evidence from them, I mean, the evidence that I have no doubt at all that the Water Authority would go, if summoned or asked to speak or asked to provide evidence, would say, no, we can supply it. And therefore, the strategic issue of the borough's water would not fly as evidence against this application. And my concern is that if we bang in as many things as we can think of without considering, do we have the evidence or can we get the evidence, it undermines the case, because it simply then creates the impression they don't like this, they've thought as many things as they can possibly say about it, and it just washes through. So I'm sorry, just want to make a couple of more comments. Evidence. Mike said that the inspectors are talking about 10 minutes or 25 minutes. I may not have got the numbers right. The inspector might have said 10 and 25 minutes walking distance. What's the evidence the inspector is using? If the inspector's just invented those numbers, or is there some evidence, or can we find evidence that says people will not walk 25 minutes to do X? I mean, the evidence in my local community is very few people walk 25 minutes to take children to school. There are some, because they don't have any damned option. But all the ones who've got an option do what you said earlier, which is to drive past the school on their way somewhere else. We have clear evidence. Now, we have to bring that evidence together because it's not on file somewhere that that's the case. But we should reinforce what we're saying with as much as possible pointing in direction of evidence. But the point is, I've no doubt that borough board members and the parish council will want to go and attend the inquiry with their own evidence, as opposed to their opinion. Because if it's opinion, the other side will simply strike it out, and the inspector will say, no, yeah, fine, agree with you. There wasn't any evidence, it was just opinion. Like if you can get a statement from the surgery in writing that says we're running out of space and we want to do this, as opposed to reported, I heard from somebody or the doctor told me. You see what I mean? It's the surgery might well find it very useful to have something to wield against the NHS or against the Hampshire County Council who are preventing their expansion, and this is a good case they could use. So, if the surgery says we can't take this because they won't let us build a new surgery, that's evidence, and it can be provided at the inquiry. Similarly, the schools, if the school governors are of the view the school shouldn't be expanded in this way, that must be on record in the minutes of school governors' meetings. If it isn't, it should go on this record and should be evidence and should be brought into the evidence. But what we mustn't do is to simply go away from these meetings, leave it to the officers to work all this out, because they just haven't got the scope to go out and do research on the grounds. They've got applications flowing through like there's no tomorrow, of all kinds, and appeals and inquiries and challenges. So don't assume the officers will go and do our homework for us simply because we've said it's a reason for refusal. We can't expect that to happen. Chris, sorry, Paul wanted to come back, and then Chris.
Very briefly, the comparison to the Marnell decision, by the way, is they didn't have the constraints, the physical constraints that surround two sides of this particular application. That makes each it emphasizes that correct. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to, just so that we do capture the reasons, I appreciate fully the role you're taking in terms of trying to focus, if you like, the reasons, but it's just to capture the reasons that have come forward, I think, through the motion for refusal from Councillor Miller. As I understand it at this moment in time, one is in relation to the isolation of the site, so it's the physical constraints of the railway line, the business park, the roads, and that all links into the issue around the sustainability, access to facilities, the public transport, the road infrastructure, the GPs, the education. So effectively that is one main issue, whether it's presented in two reasons or not, that's one main issue. The other was in relation to the potential impact on the business park in terms of the constraint of the economic role of, as set out in the NPPF, in terms of the economic part of sustainable development. And that is effectively based on the assumptions about what may happen with the business park in future. And that they were the two main ones, if the South East Water, if you like, if the water supply part is discounted. So they are the two main ones on the table, if you like. I just thought it would be helpful to get to that point.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Well, obviously, I fully support everything you've said, and as local ward members, I'm sure our parish council, we just love a mechanism of helping the officers. Now, this is like just a sort of new dawn, perhaps, but anyway, we welcome that, and I don't know how we'll actually implement it, but just suggest, and we will be there. Going back to the particular motion, I just wanted to draw a little thing about the sustainability regarding the communities and things. I mean, we have this situation currently where Taylor's Farm is part of Sherfield Parish Council. Things have got to a head now where there's a governance review being requested, where clearly the two communities have such disparate requirements, shall we say, that we have another situation here with a nice lady site about where does it fit in, whose parishes, whose ward will it be in. Now, I know that will get sorted, it's probably not a planning thing, but it fits in with this communities and the social aspect. So that's some sort of evidence that some communities of a similar thing have not been able to work well together. And then lastly, I do think there are some similarities with some of the reasons that we did use in the Kennel Farm notes, particularly about the sink and such like things like that. Now, I would hope that a sink and inspector might realise what they're for and not just dismiss them. But I mean, they're there for a reason. They supposedly, so we understand it, stop any particular development and access, and they have to be maintained. So I would have thought that's a fairly important thing to capture in this.
Chair, just on the sink issue, I think again the position would be stronger. If there's a 5-year supply in protecting the sink, because the sink isn't a national designation of any sort. So I think the issue is a Hampshire designation. So I think the issue would be if it was a triple SI, then there would be a specific policy within the framework, the national planning policy framework, that I think we could hang that on, bearing in mind the position on the housing supply means that the tests, if you like, are about this adverse impacts and outweighing the benefits. So I don't think the sink is a sustainable reason for refusal, bearing in mind the mitigation that's been put forward through the application, would be my view.
It could be a reason, but it's not a powerful one, I think, is the answer. The other one I wanted to come back on was the employment aspects. There's two aspects to that. One is the potential impact on air products. I think the problem with that is it's only a potential impact and it's hypothetical. If air products wanted to do something that required planning permission, the development might affect whether they got planning permission, and it's extremely hypothetical because we don't know what it is they'd want to do, they haven't said, and therefore we don't know what the constraint would be. So while it might have some weight of some sort, I think it would be very minor. The other one is on the employment land generally, and again we come back to evidence. Unfortunately, from this perspective, the evidence on file is the Borough Council's own research that has recently determined that we reduce the future requirement for employment land. There is no requirement in the local plan draft for us to increase the available employment land, and the expectation is that increase in economic activity and employment would come through use of existing employment land. And if we went out saying this would stop the increase of the employment site, the appellant's advisors would simply come back and quote our own statistics back at us and say, but the council says they don't need any more land for employment in the local plan period. And collapse of Stout Party, because it's the council saying two completely different things when it feels minded to do so. And therefore it just doesn't wash. And I know this is so boring and irritating to have to go through all this. The last thing on the point you made about helping the officers, I'm sure officers welcome a lot of help, but what they haven't got time for is a lot of meetings and discussion and debate. And when I talked about evidence, there's two ways of dealing with that. If you have evidence, real evidence, as opposed to people think, or the opinion, the residents have done an opinion survey is what they think isn't evidence. It's evidence in neighbourhood planning, not in this context. If you have or can find evidence, there's two ways of using it. One is to simply send it in to the officers as evidence that they can use, as opposed to telling them where to look for it, because they won't have time to do that. The other is to use it at the inquiry. Because if you have objected, somebody who has objected, the parish councils and so forth, should prepare themselves to appear at the inquiry, assuming it goes ahead, and give their evidence. But the reason I'm going on so much about this is we fall into the trap of throwing in as many things as we possibly can, thereby weakening the case, because some of them won't stand up, and some of them are very marginal and weak. For example, I mean, I do think that it's quite insignificant that in the report it says it's marginally sustainable. Well, I don't think you need a lot of evidence to switch marginal from sustainable to significantly unsustainable, but it does require evidence. Any other reasons we haven't yet explicated, David?
Could I just seek advice, really? I mean, I come back to air products. I mean, they have, as I understand it, an unrestricted permission in terms of their operation at the present time. I hesitate with my words, so I don't know the true history, but I presume we're encouraged to think that that would remain as such when they went into that site, for pretty obvious reasons to all of us, really. A reasonable proposition appears to me that if you put a residential development, 425 houses, next to a business like that, it's going to lead to complaints, which will lead to restrictions on air products. And I don't think that's hypothesis in the extreme. I think it's a reasonable proposition, and therefore the impact and conflict with the business area is something I think we're reasonably able to say could be a reason in itself not to put a residential development on that piece of land. Now, I haven't been very coherent again, as you'll tell me, I'm sure, but in terms of the way that is described in terms of a reason for rejection, I'm sure we could work on that, could we not, really? And I think there would be evidence from other parts of the country as well, really, in respect of hair products themselves, really, who I think have run into this conflict elsewhere where putting it on the line have been promised one thing and then it's changed over a time, and land that they thought was not going to be developed on has been developed for residential development and has led to this conflict.
Michael comments. My concern about that, and I heard exactly what Air Products says and read what they'd written as well carefully, is the extent to which, in planning terms, the possibility that people might object and that those objections might lead to a restraint on their operations or force them to move is itself hypothetical. And what against it, what the appellant would bring is our own officer's view, having done the sound checks or whatever the thing is, the environmental stuff on the noise, is that other than where they're requiring or where it's proposed to put protection, the noise impact is not sufficient. Now, of course, the officers could well go around subsequently, a year and a half later, and find, oh, this noise really is a nuisance, collapse the stout party. But as the evidence stands right now, it's not particular. I'm not saying we shouldn't put it forward as a reason for refusal if we really feel it's strong, but it's the sort of thing that at appeals tends to get very little attention, frankly, sadly.
In simple words, it's proximity to and conflict with, isn't it, the business part? That's what it comes down to. And in terms of the mitigation, I mean, I pointed out before, I mean, I'm not convinced that that's real when it comes down to it. I mean, you know, to say that you can protect that little southwest corner where it's in the most noisy area, but that won't impact upon the rest is, you know, really stretching it, I think, Chair.
I'm sure we all agree with you, and I do think that it is a sound reason for refusal if you phrase it the right way. And you phrase it as the principle being that you should not put residential development alongside a very loud noise producing industrial site. And because you're prejudicing the future of the residents, as well as potentially prejudicing it's not the impact on them, it's the impact on the residents. And I put it that way round, then I do believe it's a sound reason for refusal. The fact that the environmental assessment says it's not sufficient to cause it to be is an opinion based on some measurement. And again, somebody perhaps could come forward with other measurement on other sites, and maybe Air Products could do this, that says here's an example of where we have been forced to move because of the noise from houses that were nowhere near as close as those. They might be able to do that. I don't think our officers can do that, but because it's technical resource that isn't available to us. Councillor Tucker, then Councillor Tomlin.
Thank you. The map there just shows that, but it doesn't show to the right where we have Taylor's Farm. Now, when Taylor's Farm was given permission, it was deliberately, the houses were supposed to be further down because of the noise of the camp, which is up there. Now, if I'm right, I mean, I haven't got the picture, but that bit up there to the top, thank you, that bit up there to the top will be as near as to the camp as we were trying not to have the houses in. I mean, I know it's not something that we can use as a reason for refusal, but just bear in mind, before we thought it was far too near the camp to have houses, and that's why it was designed as it was in Taylor's Farm. Here it is being proposed that we have houses as near, if not nearer, to where you'll have the noise from the camp. Sorry, I just suddenly thought I ought to mention that.
With regards to the Taylor's Farm development, there's a buffer zone around the Bramley camp, and it's with regards to the potential of explosives on the camp. It's not the noise from the camp. And the MOD buffer zone doesn't extend down to this site. That's the only reason the housing was pushed back. It wasn't to do with noise, it was to do with possible potential explosives still on site.
Councillor Tomlin.
Yeah, so I don't want to drag this out and be brief, but on the noise front, there's two things. Whether we can use this, we have evidence that the railway line is going to be electrified and has been identified as a major freight network between the north and south, and we are waiting for the trains to come, and they're going to run 24/7. So any sound work that's been done on that railway line is relevant now, but isn't relevant for the future when this is being built. And I don't know how we get around that, but we have evidence that it's going to get noisier, and I think we should take into account that. And then the last thing on noise, yes, I'll go back to Councillor Miller and the helicopters. The problem with the helicopter impact on Taylor's Farm, when Taylor's Farm started, the helicopters weren't using the site. As it got built fairly quickly and first people were moving in, then the Chinooks moved in due to practicing and clearly with the situation in the world. And a number of residents there, I've been to many meetings at RAF Odium, and they're there, and there's a core people it really does affect. And because they bought their houses when it wasn't an issue, we now know it's an issue. You are not going to get it stopped, and environmental health have no power, even though they say the Crown does not have immunity. You will never stop the use of that site for helicopters. So we do need to bear that in mind, especially because they operate in the early hours of the morning in darkness for necessary operational reasons, and that will impact. And that actually, I believe, will be potentially louder than air products. So, it's a very difficult one because everybody gets a bit touchy-feely about the MOD, but it's very noisy. Well, yes, they could take turns, yes, okay.
I get touchy-feely about the MOD because we have significant helicopter flights, low-level helicopter flights over parts of my ward on a very frequent and regular basis. However, when some of the residents want to complain bitterly, other residents say, hold on, these boys are going to go and expose themselves to death and glory on our behalf. So I think stopping the helicopters is not a starter, if you see what I mean. There's no way of doing that. The question is providing coherent evidence as to the extent and nature of the noise. And if we disagree with the officer finding that it's intermittent and therefore can't be determined, we have to find a way, or somebody has to find a way of challenging that. But it can only be done by somebody actually doing some measurement on the ground. And this is cost, and maybe a parish council might want to invest 10 grand in doing it, but it's not something that we round the table can justify on the grounds of our opinion. The helicopters are very noisy. We all know that helicopters are very noisy. Question is, what's the noise impact on this particular piece of land? And unless somebody actually evaluates that, it doesn't wash in planning terms. And I'm not being negative, I'm just trying to be careful that if members want to have a chance that this will fly at appeal on the basis of refusal, we have to be very effective in determining the reasons why we're putting forward, and avoid putting forward reasons that can simply be flipped away by somebody. And I think the helicopter noise is a very significant issue, personally, and I'm amazed that environmental health don't agree with me. Maybe it's something to take up with environmental health on a separate basis, and maybe get them to conclude that they've made a mistake in this respect, because what they wrote in here isn't the end of their story, but you have to persuade them, not me. Paul.
Thank you, Chair. Just on this helicopter issue, I mean, if it's incidental flight lines, I don't think there is a case. But if, and I do not know this site is covered by particular flight lines that lead yourselves to to the camp there, and there is a specific flight line over the site, then there is an issue with the DIO, and there is an issue with the RAF, because they have a responsibility to, as a statutory consultee, because they have a flight line over site, be consulted. Now, I don't know whether that is or is not the case, and whether the developer has taken it upon themselves to consult, or whether we as a planning authority, because we didn't get that far, didn't get down the road. But if there is properly logged and evidenced flight lines over this site of Chinooks, then the noise assessment would be applicable. And that's the issue. It's the detail of that that's the issue.
I'm going to get officers to come back on that in a second, I'm not aware of the idea that there is statutory consultee. That may be the case. However, I do know that there are rules associated with the MOD, like everybody else, and what they do over densely populated urban areas, and this will become a densely populated urban area, so they need warning, and they may object to it if somebody warns them it's going to happen. Now, it's not for me to warn them that it's going to happen. But those who are objecting to it might want to take it up with them. Whether or not there should be a statutory consultee, I really don't know.
Thank you, Chair. On the issue of the helicopters, effectively, the answer is we don't know whether those flight paths are there or not. I couldn't tell you at this moment in time. I don't think on that basis it could form part of the reasons being put forward on that basis. In terms of where, effectively, just to assist the committee in terms of where I think we've got to, it's one reason for refusal in relation to the sustainability isolated part which I mentioned previously. The other reason, as I understand it, is the existing operation of businesses, in particular Air Products, and the impact of that on noise and of potential future residents, and therefore the reverse impact of how that would constrain potential on the site, or constrain the operation of the existing site, as opposed to a hypothesis around what might come forward instead. So it is the existing operation, that's being prejudiced, if you like.
It's getting very late, gentlemen and ladies, and I'm conscious of the fact we've detained all these members of the public residents of the council, as well as the appellant or applicant, for a very long time. So unless anybody's got something really fresh and new to add, you have, right, good.
Sorry, Chair, one thing would be, as a matter of course, we would normally put on an additional reason for refusal related to the fact that the Section 106 hasn't been signed at this time. It's just to record that point, and that'd be a third reason.
I propose now that we move to a vote. With your agreement, I propose that we then don't re-summarise all the reasons for refusal, because Mike's made these notes and I've made some notes and we can all remember what was said, I hope. What I will do is to get the officers to circulate that to me and the chairman so that we can assess whether or not these things have been properly captured. And obviously you'll see it when it's published anyway. So it's been moved and seconded for refusal. Those in favour of refusal? Well, that's carried because it's all the members around the table have voted for refusal. Yeah, Paul.
Not wishing to delay anybody, I'm electing myself, I think, to produce the following bits of evidence to help you out. To get a statement from the Chinham Medical Practice. I will speak for the Chair of Governors, Matt down there, about the capacity and, from our perspective, what we see the school capacity at Four Lanes Junior School is. I will approach the Chinham Business Park Management Group, who manage the Chinham Business Park, because of objections they have set before the P&I Committee on site policy, to confirm their concerns in writing about what is happening on the Chinham Business Park to, I believe it's 6 of the existing businesses, and what they're investigating, what they would do if this development went ahead. And I think that that would help the officers focus on those particular points.
And will you or somebody else investigate whether there is a flight path regularly used?
I'll make a statement in public. There is.
Well, yeah, I know, but we need to have that. We have that in writing somewhere from somebody, and how close or whether it overflies the site and so forth, and any other evidence on that we can assimilate. Right, thank you. Thank you very much all for staying so long. I'm sorry we're so slow about these matters. Thank you, officers, for your patience and forbearance. Meeting's closed.